Can we just go? We'll just get it going here. 2 hands. We got to get it in before 2 hands falls asleep, guys. We got to fire it up. We got to fire it up. What is it, Thursday? It's Thursday, right? It's Thursday. No probs. Just wanted to say if I suddenly disappear. Are you in bed already? 2 hands? Are you in bed now? Or not quite yet? Who's having a late coffee with me? Hey? Anybody? Is it morning for anyone else? This guy Bingus's laptop on stomach. This guy Bingus's. Probably always coffee time. Probably the best use of AI, right? If you're gonna use AI for something, it should be this. Look at how good it looks, right? It's shocking to me. It's shocking. It looks so good. If there was a hairless cat in the game, you thought it was... No, you didn't, Rin Rin. No, you didn't. 10 out of 10. Luke knows. Luke knows. It's a seasonal reward, right? It's so cute and threatening, right? I dated a girl who had a couple of hairless cats. Yeah. It's making me feel weird. Bingus. Dudes, it took me so long to finally understand what Bingus was, okay? I had no idea. I had no idea what Bingus was. I'm still like only 90% sure, right? I don't think the internet actually really knows. I just think there's kind of like some general consensuses, right? General consensuses. Oh, it's captivating, is it not? It's captivating. We'll come back to that. Actually, you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you. Dudes, strap in. 2 hands go to sleep, buddy. Look at this. Can you tell that I'm not motivated to actually play this bloody game? Look at all the yapping we have to do. There's a lot of yapping to do. Okay? There's a lot to talk about. But let's just ease in. Let's have the smug. Let's say hi to Bergie. Hey, Bergie's here. You wanna say hi? I know. You're adoring fans, Bergie. Oh, I know. You're adoring... Your paws out of my mouth. You're adoring fans. No, come on. You gotta say hi. You gotta say hi. You're here now. I got you. Let's say hi. Hey, you wanna say hi? Hello, adoring fans. Oh. My constituents, she says. How are you, baby? You're a talkie, and now you're not. Oh, I know. I know. Hey, wanna say hi? Oh, you can't feel her purring, guys. She's purring. I know. I know. Don't lick me. Don't lick. Don't lick. Hey, baby. Just in time for the burger, right? Just in time. Okay. I know your ears. Have anything to say? What would you like to say? Are you attracted to Bingus? Is this a Bingus? She would be a gross hairless cat. She would be just a pile of hair. Or, sorry, a pile of skin. She'd just be a pile of wrinkly skin. She's an old lady, right? If you guys saw my pile of wrinkly skin, right? I'm also kind of an old lady. Oh! I want burger. Me too. Me too. Oh, Bingus with hair. Hairless cats are inherently gross. Yes, I agree. Dudes, I'm just gonna be honest, okay? I'm not very excited to play this game in solos. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not excited. So, in order to ease my pain, we have prepared a large menu of yapping dishes. Okay? Let's talk about it. It's a normal Bingus stream, dudes. Today I'm weak-willed and have ordered beef and broccoli. It happens, Arkar. It happens. Arc Raiders, maybe? No, dude, I tried. Because guess what? people in solos in Arc Raiders, right? No one expects to get shot, okay? It's a problem I have. I didn't even put Arc Raiders on this list to talk about because there isn't much to say. No one in solos expects to get shot, right? Or wants to get shot. And the Hurricane map is basically like the Embark Studios version of the water map. Hurricane is just kind of like annoying to move around in. I don't know how you haven't gotten into sociopath lobbies. I don't know. Hurricane stinks. It's the water map. It's a water map. It just makes things slower, more awkward, right? It's dumb. So I didn't even put Arc Raiders on the list because, you know, I'm not there yet. I'm not there. I tried. It's just there's no I don't know, whatever. Today, for this normal Bingus stream, guys, we're gonna admire the Bingus. We already kind of have done that. Okay? There'll be more Bingus admiration, okay? We have a big gaming yap planned. We're gonna just yap and yap and yap. So if you are only here for gameplay, maybe check back in like, I don't know, 2 hours, 90 minutes, because you know, who is this guy wearing a hat? Which hat? The hat I'm wearing? That has replaced my streamer? Hi, Baraz. You want me to take my hat off? Who cares? What does that have? What does a hat have to do with anything? I wear a hat all the time. Eventually, maybe. After we talk about legacy, hunger, and the dad gold duping situation, we'll maybe get to some normals gameplay, okay? Back in the dungeon, I guess. I've got some ideas. I am just insane, long day. Welcome in. DT, what's up? I'm here for 1 Blinn, 2 Burger, and when also available, Clippy, right? Well, it might just be Blinn and Bingus. Your boy Bingus tonight is what it's gonna be, I think. Gold duping situation is wild. A smorgasbord of yap. What? Let's just preview the dad. We'll get into dad eventually, but let's just preview this, shall we? For those who haven't really been keeping up to date, there's an issue. Yeah, YBB, same initials is perfect. There's an issue, okay? Maybe we should start with dad yap. I wonder. Let's see. Maybe we can do this. We'll do this. We'll say what first. We'll give you guys the keys, okay? I have 3 topics we can yap about. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. What? To talk, yap. Yap about first. You guys tell me. We could do Legacy is shutting down. Hunger, melee, details. Hunger, melee, combat details. Dad, gold, duping, and economy. Only Bingus. Please don't vote for Bingus, guys. Please don't vote for Bingus, okay? Because if you choose only Bingus, you guess what it's gonna be. Guess what we're gonna do? We're just gonna sit and stare at Bingus, okay? Respect the order. Legacy is shutting down. It is. We'll talk about it. The votes are rolling in. Legacy is shutting down. Looks like it's the actual frontrunner here. The actual frontrunner. We'll leave the poll up for like another 30 seconds. Litchi, what's going on? I'm bingusing it. I have not heard the legacy news yet. Not gonna lie, I want to hear about all of them. Great, Sneakers. Well, you're in the right place, buddy. Sunsetting for now. Yeah. It's like, that's, you know, there's always a little bit of hopium left in the pipe, right? Sunsetting for now is like the equivalent of, who knows what a roach joint is, right? When you've smoked all the joints and all that you have left are like 6 disgusting little roaches. And you kind of like, you put all the roaches together and you smoke a roach joint. I'm curious to find out about that. Which means forever, obviously. I always feel bad for the employees. It's true. It's true. Yes, but you smoke them anyways. Eclipstrosity. Roaches can get you. No, thank you. Okay, here we go. Thank you for voting. 19 votes. I appreciate that very much. Welcome in, friends. Happy Thursday. Dudes, let me just reiterate, okay? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Small? Yeah. For those who don't know, if you're just lurking, gameplay later, okay? There's still a lot to yap about. We're not going to be playing a game anytime soon. Just so you know. You have been warned, okay? Settle in. Yap enjoyers, settle in. Happy Thursday, yes. I did not need to learn about roach joints, blah. Yeah, that's true. It's true. It's a fact of life, though. Okay? I was still playing Eldegard till the announcement. I know. I was still kind of hopeful for this game long term, but it seems like... How's the music volume? These headphones aren't the best. I'm gonna bring it down just a little bit more. Just a bit more. It was a surprise. Kind of a surprise, but also not really. Okay? Legacy Steel and Sorcery, formerly known as, rebranded to Eldegard, was kind of a fantasy extraction, right? Light MMO, kind of, you know, instance-based MMO that I had been following, that some of us in the community have been following for about a year and a half. Since the fall of 2024, they recently announced that after about a year and a half, 1.5 years of development in public, early access 1.0, Eldegard is closing down. It's closing its doors. It's turning off its servers on March the 31st. Yikes. Chris Kaleki posted a goodbye note. Let's read it, okay? Let's read the note together, because I think this is interesting. And there's some questions I want to ask you guys about what is implied here. What's implied? I'm going to make this big so we can all read it together. Dear players, after a year on Steam, through early access and into its recent 1.0 release, which is a big arc, right? Any game that actually makes it to 1.0 deserves a GG. It's not easy. Now, was it the highest quality 1.0 we could imagine? Probably not. It felt rushed. It felt like they ran out of money and they just kind of had to kind of dive over the finish line without really spending all of the love and care and attention I'm sure they would have wanted to on many of the game's details, but they made it. They made it to 1.0. I'm saddened to share we have decided to sunset Eldegard. It's such a polite way of saying, shoot the dog in the back of the head, right? RIP Legacy, folks. It actually had interesting combat mechanics and decent crafting. How did it lose traction so badly? You know what? We'll talk about that. I've got my POV on why this game didn't make it, and we'll talk about that. But for now, let's get more information from the horse's mouth, okay? Taking the game offline indefinitely. Indefinitely for now. Indefinitely. Temporarily indefinitely. Heck yes, I'm into this. Well, our team at Notorious is incredibly proud of the quality, experience, and passionate community we built with Eldegard. It unfortunately didn't gain enough traction, to sustain the studio financially long term. That's it. You get money from your venture capitalists, from your investors, from your friends and family, to have a plan maybe to get you to early access. That's usually the model these days, right? You want to get the game to early access and then try to monetize some aspect of the game early on to generate enough revenue to extend the development life cycle, right? Get you to 1.0. It did not gain enough traction to sustain the studio financially long term. Very, very important. I'm actually just going to do this for myself here, because that's, I kind of missed that, I missed that exact thing last time. Put that there. Okay. Let's read. The game will no longer be for sale on Steam, but will remain online and playable until March 31st. Players who purchased the game in the past 2 weeks are eligible for a full refund, but you will be unable to continue playing the game. Yikes. Yikes. RIP people who spent more money than that, but I guess that's kind of the risk you take. I don't think anyone else is eligible for a refund. People are saying it's kind of a cash grab. I don't think it was. I think if it was a cash grab, they would have tried less hard. To me, this does not feel like a rug pull does not feel like a cash grab. Okay, I want to say that off the rip here. They have some volunteers that are trying to take the client side or offline, but I have my doubts it'll happen. There really is nothing out there like Eldegard. I agree. I hear you, Razzle. I hear you. Ashes of Creation was a cash grab. Right, so certain games you can tell they launch on Steam just as a way to kind of like say that they launched the game for like a Kickstarter, right, thing, or I don't know. Just sort of a sad fail. Okay. Eldegard was an incredibly ambitious game for a new, small startup studio. I agree. It featured a unique combat system that blended action RPG combat with MMO-like classes and spells. I agree. It had a session-based extraction mode that offered both PvPvE and PvE experiences, and deep, rich systems I believe rival even mainline MMOs. I think so. I don't have a lot of kind of mainstream, I'm not sure if I would use the word mainline, but mainstream MMOs, big established MMOs, I think that these guys had something special. They did. And in a lot of ways, the blend of action RPG and MMO-like spells and abilities made it more interesting than what most mainstream MMO combat is, in my opinion. While it started as a fantasy extraction game, the 1.0 release evolved the vision into something of a mini MMO that we plan to build on over time. There was a PvE mode that was good, that was satisfying. There was PvE combat. There was boss raids. There was an open world feeling that really was an exciting vision. They were planning on building upon that over time. Perhaps one day growing into a next generation traditional MMO. Ugh, that's weird. But this is kind of CEO speak. CEOs have to kind of talk this way to excite investors, right? I'm not sure how I feel about that, but Notorious and I still believe that in the long-term opportunity for Eldegard, and even today hope that we can resurrect it at some point. Interesting. I guess, you could always just park the source code. If you get another round of investment, you find another team that believes in you, that is able to look past some of the disastrous metrics, right? It looked like WoW plus Rust. I wanted it to be real. I wouldn't say their combat was unique, though. Interesting. I think you're right, Guild Leader. I think you're right. The combat was... As unique as a remix can get, right? While most of the team at Notorious has moved on to the next chapter of their careers, a small group has volunteered to convert the game to be playable offline, or perhaps with a client-side server. This is a challenging endeavor that will take a significant amount of time, and may not be achievable anytime soon, if ever. This is not a promise. Still, we would love to preserve Eldegard in some way for our fans and for ourselves, right? Raises the question of, if you buy a game, do you own the game, right? If you pay money for a game and the game goes offline, the server shut down, right? Is it right that you lose access to a thing that you purchased? That's kind of a contemporary question, right? A contemporary question. Stay tuned to our Twitter accounts for any updates, or just don't go on Twitter, right? Just stay off of X to avoid taking mental damage, right? Just stay off the platform. There's no need to go there, right? Very similar to Crowfall, another dead game. It's interesting because this now is like a dead game, right? This is a dead game, and that's kind of noteworthy, right? A lot of games don't really die. They just kind of like peter out, and then they're just always just kind of lingering, right? So the fact that they pulled the plug is interesting to me. While all of us are deeply saddened, this marks the end of our 5-year adventure with Notorious. Oh, take a second here, okay? Take a second. Think about what you were doing 5 years ago. 2021, right? 2021. What were you doing at the beginning of 2021? Imagine you did nothing other than work on one project that ultimately failed. Now, you can walk away with some experience, with some additions to your CV, with an expansion of your skill set, with an expanded professional network, right? There's things you get, but it hurts. You put 5 years of your life into something that ends, with a thud, with not even a whimper, with a sunset, right? I was starting college. Yeah. So, you gotta respect the commitment and feel bad for that. I empathize. I'm sure many of you feel the same. We also want to celebrate the creative achievements and moments we shared during building the game with you. They had a tremendous... They were very good at community conversation, right? At community communication. It was really something that I had not experienced before. I had never been so close to the emergence, development of a game, and it was very impressive to see how they managed that. Creating Eldegard alongside you, especially through our 28 Meet the Dev episodes, chatting live. How many times has Iron Mace, has Terrence and SDF ever been on a Discord call, said, open mic, come on up to the stage, ask us any question you have about the game, and we will respect your question, and we will respond to it thoughtfully. How many times has Iron Mace done that? Probably zero, right? Iron Mace talks to One Peg. Iron Mace has talked to Pestily. Iron Mace has talked to, I don't know, maybe some other podcast crew. I don't know exactly. But for sure, they never said open mic, you know, hey community, you have a question? You know, come up and ask us. Which was just so courageous and impressive and ballsy with these guys, right? They did it 28 times. They did it 28 times. Incredible. It was a career highlight. You know, I've never seen it before. Respect. Your feedback and suggestions are what continued to make Eldegard great. And there was material change, right? The community input did actually shape the game. It really, really did. Some of the best games today weren't hits immediately. True. But grew into their player base and achieved their ultimate vision over time. True. There is no doubt in my mind that given enough time, Eldegard would have become a great success. So what is this saying? This is saying that they didn't have the money to keep the lights on. They didn't have the runway, right? Which is a little business term. What is your monthly burn for your salaries, for your office space, for your server costs, for all of your expenses? You're spending X amount of dollars per month. How much money are you making a month? Never enough. How much money do you have in the war chest, in the coffers? Have you gotten from your investors, right? The blocks of money you get give you a certain number of months of runway. And these guys just could not get any more money from investors. Investors were like, you know what? We're not seeing the return. We're not seeing the potential here. Chris is saying, hey, give us more time. The player base will grow. We'll make more sales. There'll be, you know, we'll harden the nucleus of the player base and it'll grow from there. And investors were like, we kind of want to make more money faster. So we're not giving you any more money, right? Couldn't they switch to an AI vibe coding model to keep going? Yikes. Could be also the reason the sentence, hey, we might bring this back sometime, maybe sometime. Yes. The plausibility for remonetization? Absolutely. I think it's like you said a while ago, they felt obligated to get to 1.0 no matter what for their investors. It was part of the deal, right? We're going to give you $10 million, you know, to make this game, and you have to manage $10 million to go from 0 to 1.0. And that's what they did, right? At least you got a cool interview episode of the game. Hope all is well in Bingus land. Welcome in, NAP. For anyone just joining us, this one. Gameplay is later. We have so much to yap about, okay? We're not playing any games for at least another hour. So if you want to see gameplay, come back later. If you're okay with yapping, stick around. We're yapping right now about Eldegard. But the games industry has not been in a healthy state for a long time, which was also part of the reason I left Blizzard to start Notorious. What does this mean? I want your input here. What does this mean? The games industry has not been in a healthy state for a long time. What does this mean? He's talking about we needed more time to actually solidify a player base. But we were forced to close before we could actually get a player base. We could actually see some recurring revenue. What do you think he means by this? I'm curious. Big part of the reason I left Blizzard. Chris Kaleki was a class designer. I think he designed the priest and the monk at Blizzard. Chris Kaleki had maybe a 12, 13, 14-year career at Blizzard working on World of Warcraft. He left Blizzard. He left Blizzard to start Notorious. AAA slop? People assume you can just whip out a good game in no time. Interesting. Jarvis, do the thing. Needs a big company to get the money to keep going, but the big companies are toxic and crappy. AAA studios have gotten used to churning out absolute slop for millions and millions of dollars because dumb gamers will buy their crap anyway. We are in an incredible transitional moment in the industry right now, one that is causing a great deal of pain for studios and developers. We strive to build a smaller, leaner, more focused studio. We are not immune to these tectonic shifts reshaping the industry. Yikes. Yikes. Embracer swooping up and closing everything. Same thing that happened with Highguard maybe. No immediate success in return, so they pull the plug immediately. Interesting. Very insightful, Rinrin. Very insightful. Did he do game development before games became mainstream? If so, could be a jab at being forced to bend to the investors. I think that he... You know, you could say that if it's 14 years ago, he probably joined the WoW team very early, right? If he designed the priest class or the monk class, that was a while ago, right? Dead already? Oh no. Yamasama, welcome in. I mean, the game they are developing is really niche. I guess so. Indie games are taking over more and more, taking up more of the market. A great change in my opinion, but they'll likely swing the other way in a few years. It's also very insightful, Charlie. You know, skinny jeans are all the rage until it's almost like a switch is flipped and everyone starts hating on Battle Royale. Everyone just switches to wide pants, right? There are these kind of like inverted moments where like a popularity of a thing just kind of rockets up and then it feels like you hit this precipice and almost as quickly as it goes up, it changes, right? The guys who developed Wolfenstein 3D were not thinking about the investors? No. Absolutely not. What is this article about? I just got here 5 minutes ago. Snail Society, this is about Legacy Steel and Sorcery. Eldegard is shutting down as of March 31st. And we're reading an article written by the Notorious Studios founder, Chris Kaleki, explaining why the studio is closing down and the game is going offline. Oversaturation is also true, right? Something like 12,000 games a year. 12,000 games a year are released on Steam, right? Which is just how, you know, if you can't keep interest, player interest, there's just so much else that is vying for player interest, right? The guys who developed Wolfenstein 3D, how many games were released? How many PC games were released per year? I would love to know the stat. Back in like 1992, 1993, whenever Wolfenstein 3D came out, 1991, I have no idea how many computer games were made and released. And say even if it's 1993, it was probably earlier, 7. 7 games were released in 1993, right? While we strive to build a smaller, leaner, more focused studio, we are not immune to these tectonic shifts, okay? As painful as this is, including for us, I believe it will ultimately be for the best for both game developers and players in the long term. That's boilerplate. I don't think so, right? It sucks for your team. And it sucks for players who think that your game is something special and can't find the experience anywhere else. I was asked from time to time what success at Notorious would look like. And I always said to make a great game that players enjoy. Okay, it's questionable if players enjoyed the game. People thought it was interesting. I'm not sure if the majority of players enjoyed the game, and maybe that was one of the main issues. Okay, keep in mind, I'm going to talk about my POV for why this game didn't make it. This is coming up. I've got some thoughts on this. I've got a unique vantage. I've made a lot of content for this game. Okay? I paid very close attention to this game. I said at one point, hey, the devs have a unique vision for a world and an experience. The devs are committed to outstanding PvP mechanics. Early access helps devs test and refine these ideas. Take my money. I was on board for this game. I loved the early trajectory of it, right? I was on board. I made a lot of content. I spoke to Chris in my first ever founder interview, right? An hour-long interview with a big wig, guys, with a big wig. I had no idea what I was doing. Had an interview, okay? I've got a vantage. I've got an idea of why this game didn't make it. And it has largely something to do with, I always said I wanted to make a great game that players enjoy. I'm not sure if a lot of players did in fact enjoy it, right? I wake up every day with a fan mail telling me how much they've enjoyed the game and are rooting for our success. But how many people don't send you an email that say, you know, I'm unsatisfied with large aspects of the PvP experience? So given that metric for success, I feel a lot of gratitude. Okay. From myself and all of us at Notorious, it has been an honor and a privilege. Thank you for playing. We hope Eldegard has created memories you will cherish. I think so, right? I ran into Brennadin in the wild, had some organic PvP against my friend Brennadin. I will remember that moment for the rest of my life, I swear. And I'm not being hyperbolic. That was hilarious and awesome, right? We hope to see you in Eldegard sometime during this final month of March, and we hope to continue making more games for you to enjoy. Thank you, Chris Kaleki, founder, CEO, Notorious Studios. Now the question is, Eldegard is closing, but maybe the studio isn't closing? People are moving on. Maybe the studio makeup is, you know, there's a lot of people leaving. Not sure. Is it safe to assume the end of Notorious? That's a good question. That's kind of where I got to here, Zio. Good question. That was a cool moment for the channel. Thanks, DT. I did not enjoy getting stomped by seal clovers and full purples and 200 healing pots when I just started. Exactly. Exactly. Bummer. I was hopeful for this one. Me too. Is it safe to assume it's the end of Notorious or just the end of Legacy? I think for the studio to continue, right? The studio needs to pay its engineers, needs to pay its developers. And if you don't have any revenue and you don't have investor money, how can you do that? You can maybe mortgage your house. Very risky, right? And how much, like, say you mortgage your house and you personally are able to invest 400,000 American dollars into the studio, okay? 400,000 American dollars is a life-changing amount of money for an individual. If you give an individual $400,000, changes their life without question. How long does it get you in terms of like studio runway? I don't know, dude. You might get, oh, I don't know, 3 months? 6 months? 2 months? I don't know. It depends how big the studio is, right? I don't know. Unless they have a second project going, anything they borrow isn't gonna float the time to develop a winner for them. I agree. I agree. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. So, after 1.5 years of public development, 5 years of total development time, Eldegard is shutting down March 31st. Chris Kaleki posted a goodbye note. We read it. It's too bad because I was hopeful for this game. As Lily says, bummer. I was hopeful for this one. Me too, Lily. The ground up art direction and the world building was fantastic. What did I love about this game? I thought it's courageous these days to have a vision for a world, to have a vision for character design, for combat mechanics, right? To build that from the ground up, to actually go through a creative process and not just buy a bunch of shit from the asset store, right? Is worthy of applause. It's brave to do that. It's hard to do that. I love that about this game. Even if, you know, the aesthetic wasn't for you, right? It didn't appeal to everybody, but the process and the ambition of that I approve of. I like a fantasy extraction game model, right? I'm not a Tarkov enjoyer. I'm not that excited to like play like a first-person shooter, but fantasy extraction, especially one that involves melee, right? To me, appeals to me greatly. I love a melee combat game. I love an open world PvP. I'm addicted to the dopamine of extraction games. And when you combine those things, it feels good. Me likey very much. Okay? There was very thoughtful crafting and progression systems in this game. Eldegard Legacy had just, you know, a really, really great take on how you could craft to build power, how you could break down things, how you could use items that your class couldn't use. There's a lot of thought and care and innovation in some ways put into the crafting and progression systems. I loved it. And finally, there was, like I said, a very responsive and very accessible development team. Another tick in the courage box, right? It takes courage to stand up there on a stage, invite your player base up to ask you unfiltered questions about the game, and then respond to those questions thick and thin, right? Thoughtfully. Huge respect for that. Huge respect. My POV on why this game didn't make it. And again, I have some experience. I have some experience with the game. Okay? I streamed the game in from the very beginning. The earliest alpha playtests, I streamed the game. I did guides for players, right? I did guides for PvE. I did guides for map spots. I gave tours of, you know, different game systems. I gave him some combat strategy for how to fight different classes, right? I really did invest my time in the game. And I understand the game systems to a pretty good degree. Why didn't this game make it? Reason one. I think that they charged too much money for a buggy alpha, right? They were a little too quick to monetize a game that was not ready, right? There was a lot of loot and crafting, but it didn't feel fun for me to do that. Just felt like doing chores for the boys in town. 3 people give you a shopping list. Yeah. I think that the game itself, when it first came out, after the playtests were free. You needed a key. They were closed playtests. The first time there was any sort of like public availability, it was behind a $25 US price tag. And the game itself was not finished, was very crunchy, right? As Bren says, was very crunchy. And that rubbed people the wrong way. It was probably the single biggest issue, if I'm honest. The single biggest issue, because you lose that ability to make a good first impression. And in that all-important first wave of, hey, what is this? Hey, it's a new fantasy extraction game, right? There should be like hype. There should be this like, wow, this piling in. And when you're charging real money for a game that is at best half done and pretty shallow, you lose that first impression and you snuff the hype. So that was the first and maybe the biggest critical error. What else? There was a bad mix in the game of hard CC in combat plus full loot PvP. People hate losing their gear, losing their kits, losing their time to stun lock PvP cheese. Eldegard was ambitious in trying to mix action RPG and kind of like MMO combat mechanics. I don't play MMOs. I don't play World of Warcraft, but I understand that the combat in MMOs is largely kind of like managing your cooldowns, understanding your buffs, your debuffs, managing your cooldowns, right? And in that kind of like, not really hands-off, but like less kind of ARPG-focused model, there is a little more of a tolerance for CC, for debuffs, for stuns, for silences, you know what I mean? But when you add that portion of combat, when you add the slows, the silences, the roots, the hard stun locks into a game that also has action RPG elements, it just feels bad. And especially when, upon death, the losing player loses all their stuff. So the game had this really toxic combination of hard stuns, hard roots that could be abused pretty easily in a full loot PvP game. And when someone dies, if you're playing Street Fighter 7, right? And you get caught in a crazy combo and you can't get out of it and you're kind of stun locked and you lose the match, you lose the round, that sucks. Maybe you're frustrated, but kind of no big deal. You just like, you're going to fight again, right? You're back in, you fight again, and that's it. But in a fantasy extraction game where it takes time to build up your kit, okay? If you go in that combat, maybe you haven't seen combat in like 30 minutes. And that combat, which is upon you all of a sudden, right? And then you're fighting, and then you're stunned, and you're locked, and you're silenced, and you can't move, and you can't escape, and then you just get spammed down, and then you die, and then you just lose all your shit, right? That fucking sucks. That sucks. There's nothing you could do. And to learn the systems, to learn how to recognize the stun lock combos, and to learn how your class can avoid that or get out of it, it takes dozens and dozens and dozens of deaths. And in the early days, this game didn't have a way for players to kind of test those systems. So the only way to learn was through true loss in the open world. And that did not encourage people. That frustrated people. And I think that was another issue with the game. I gave the feedback about hard CC to the devs in the first survey I filled out. They seemingly didn't care. Mistfall has a nice mechanic for that, where if you get staggered or stunned twice in a row, you can dodge out of it. I raised this exact example with them, right? I think this is part of... Let me jump ahead. I'm going to jump ahead here. Because I think what you're saying, Zio, and I agree, is there is a bit of hubris or a bit of arrogance from Notorious, from Chris in particular. I think Chris you have to have a bold vision. If you're going to be a leader of this kind of team, you have to have a bold vision. You have to know what kind of game you want to make. And in Chris's mind, he didn't have a problem with these systems, I don't think. From his perspective, it was just kind of like a get good, you know, like this is a game that has a high skill ceiling. We want to enable the high levels of skill expression to use these CC abilities to get out of these CC abilities. And he was very stubborn. And it was maybe the reason why he was stubborn is because it was part of the game's foundation. And they couldn't imagine a version of the game that didn't rely so heavily on those kind of MMO-inspired hard CC abilities, okay? But there was hubris, there was arrogance on the part of Chris, probably because of his pedigree, probably because Chris is like, you know, I worked at Blizzard for 14 years, right? I was a major part of the WoW class development team. You know, how dare you tell me what kind of game I should make? This is the vision I have. Problem is most players didn't want to play that vision. It turned out, right? Look at the player numbers. The data shows players didn't want to play this vision of the game, and they didn't pivot away from it. They stuck to it. They also said things like, leave the marketing to us. We expressed concerns about the player base, about the player numbers. If you're going to have a PvP game, you need players, right? They would say, whatever, you know, don't worry about that. Leave the marketing to us. And then they would come back weeks later and be like, could you guys actually leave a positive review? And we're trying to drum up support for the thing. It was an issue. I think they thought that their reputation would help them auto-win the situation. The Blizzard pedigree, the don't you know who we are kind of attitude would allow them to power through a lot of the protestations and issues that players had with fundamental, foundational aspects of combat in the game. And that was not the case, right? The last thing I'll say is that there were issues, right? This is kind of goes hand in hand with class and weapon balance at critical times. Tarkov was one of the first real extraction experiences. People stuck with that through spawning in with broken legs because you couldn't get that gameplay anywhere else. Yes. I see. Why do so many people play Tarkov? It's the same. You are walking, then you get sniped from 3 buildings over, your kid is gone with no counterplay. I think because, at least with Tarkov, everyone has the same chance to do that play, right? You can have a shitty bolt-action rifle, and if you're the person who's patient enough and has the best line of sight, you can headshot someone who has more gear than you. That threat is available to everyone. The issue with games like Dark and Darker and Legacy, with more kind of melee-focused games, or more games that have more class identity, is that not all classes have the same power abilities, right? In Tarkov, you've got a shotgun, you head eyes. You've got a bolt-action rifle, you headshot. Everyone has the ability to do that. But in other games that have more kind of siloed class identity, certain classes just don't have reckless attack, right? Certain classes aren't able to one-shot like other classes can, right? I think, and that kind of leads to this point, there are issues in Legacy, in Eldegard, with class and weapon balance at critical times. The Death Ball at Early Access Season 0 launch was horrendous. Check this out. Check this out. So Death Ball comes out. It's a new weapon, right, for the warrior. And everyone is dying to it, and I'm trying to figure out why. And then if you slow down the thing, you look at the guy's hands. Here's the warrior. Here's the death ball. It's a little dingleberry, right? It's a fucking dangling turd in the warrior's hands. But look at the arc. Look at the graphic. Look at the reach, right? What is this? What is this? Here's the little dingleberry, okay? Look at the range that it has. Bingus berry, right? So you'd be playing the game like this, okay? Here's me. I'm an invisible rogue trying to get away from this bloody warrior, okay? He swings his dingleberry. Despite the fact that I am so obviously far away, right? Magic berry. I get killed. I get killed by him. This was a huge bingleberry. This was a huge issue. Huge issue. I said this in the creator Discord at the time. Deathball Warrior is a range hacking turd machine with a 2-second TTK that breaks the spirit of the game. Hitherto, previous to the Deathball, it felt like all classes were kind of on the same page in terms of time to kill, in terms of power, right? In my opinion, the Deathball was so poorly designed that it effectively chased the fun out of the first week of early access, which is such an important time for new players being introduced to the game. Hope the weapon rebalances the core issues, but a lot of the damage has already been done, right? Another example of at core times, the hype was snuffed, right? From critically essential launch times of the game, right? Another example, Season 1, the new wizard class comes out. Here's the wizard. The wizard has this gravity well ability where there's like a spell and there's this black hole and the gravity well pulls in characters towards the center of the gravity well and you basically can't escape. You have to use your stamina. It doesn't really work. You get stammed out. You just get CC'd. You get sucked into this crappy gravity well and in the meantime, he drops a meteor on your head. He's burning you to a crisp. It was just bad, bad, bad. It felt bad. And then, of course, when you die, right, you lose all your time. So dying to crappy, overpowered, range-hacking melee, dying to really crappy AoE, like, you know, hard control abilities that really take no skill to deploy, just felt bad, right? It felt bad. There were major issues with class and weapon balances at critical times. So these are the reasons. This is my POV on why the game didn't make it, right? Chris says we didn't gain enough traction to sustain the studio financially long term. And part of that is to do with the industry, the headwinds of the industry, right? The fickleness of gamers, the short-term demands of investors, right? And money lenders. But also, the game itself had major flaws. So even though I was hopeful, even though I had great respect for this game and this team, they made some missteps. And for that reason, it's not surprising that they're riding off into the sunset, right? GG Legacy, GG Notorious. Good luck in the next thing, guys. Cool. Well, that was a good little rant, right? Never played it, but it's sad to see someone's dream die. I totally agree, Yakman. I totally agree. Right? Yakman knows the feeling of loss in Tarkov. Yakman knows what it feels like to take someone else's kit in Tarkov and to know that you're costing them time, right? A game like this is on an order of magnitude more than that, right? 30 people, 20 people have invested 5 years of their life into something that didn't pan out, and that's always sad, right? We respect the time commitment, but also we acknowledge the ways they could have made the game better, and that maybe a little bit of arrogance or hubris kind of got in the way, right? The Yakman giveth, the Yakman taketh. Okay, the next thing, on a positive note, guys, I'm going to do a little bathroom break. We're going to come back and talk about a new missive. What is a missive? What is the meaning of the word missive? I think Mistfall Hunter posts missives, right? Hunger has posted missives, but I don't know what that is. Early access felt like an alpha. Yes, absolutely. It's curious to think about how giving a game classes has potential to kill it. Yes. Yeah. Arc Raiders has no classes, right? So it always feels like if you die to something, you have the power to become that thing, right? Unlike a class-based game with class-based identity, where if you die to a class that's overpowered, you feel like that power is inaccessible to you because you're not playing that class. A missive is a letter. Interesting. Like a letter? I've never heard the word missive really. Submissive? Okay, Miss Ive. Guys, I'm gonna... Bathroom break. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you with Bingus, okay? I'll be right back. I'm gonna BRB. BRB. Did Litchi say goodbye? Eldegard was the app I was interested in. Good to see you, Litchi. Have a great evening. I'm going to re-up on my smug, guys. I'm going to re-up. Why are you looking at me like that, Bingus? There he is. Mm-hmm. 1,000 yard Bingus stare, right? He sees your past. He sees your future. Okay. Imagine this is the first time you are tuning in. Yeah, rip new people, right? I am Bingus, we are Bingus. Rip new people. I should have asked for longer nipples, right? I should have asked for weird... I didn't want to trigger anything, you know, in my conversation with Al that might have not have produced the output that I was looking for, but I should have asked for weird, long cat nipples. I should have. It's a bipple. Okay, on a positive and exciting note, guys. Ones in chat, if you are at all in any way following news related to hunger. Speaking of fantasy extraction. Hunger is there. But Hunger's got that special sauce, guys. Hunger's got that gunplay. Hunger's got that, like, single fire, massive damage output musket gunplay, but also, big time melee. Big time melee. So there's a letter from the Hunger team, a missive, dudes. A missive on stamina and energy, endurance, restraint, and surviving close combat. Let's read another missive, shall we? Let's read another missive. I'm very excited for this. Haven't really been following, but am interested in Hunger. So for those who don't know, Hunger is an extraction game set in Napoleonic Europe. So maybe like the late 1700s, which means it's this magic time between the overlap of like late stage arms and armor, right? Breastplates, metalwork, hard armor, flanged maces, long swords, right? It's like late 1700s. So you have all this armor going around, but you also have early firearms, gunpowder, right? And there's a time in history where those things overlapped, and this game is set in that time, plus zombie apocalypse, right? Zombie apocalypse in Napoleonic Europe. And it's looking so good, okay? Curious to see how well the shooting and melee mesh. Let's talk about this. Hello, living. That's us, guys. We're lucky. How fortunate, how lucky we are to be alive right now, right? Take a moment. Breathe in. No matter what's happening in your life right now, think about this. No matter what's happening in your life, there is someone else on Earth that if they could trade places with you, all of their problems would be solved. No matter how bad you think that your life might be, right? Or how tough the situation is, whatever it is, there's someone else, if they could just be you, if they could just switch into your situation, all of their problems would be solved, right? And if you have that perspective, it's easier to kind of like appreciate what we have, right? But then they'd have my problems. Hello, living. We're alive, guys. Thanks for your time. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. In hunger. Well said. Wait, can we get a swapsies? In hunger, most close quarters melee versus melee fights are not lost because of numbers alone. In hunger, most close quarters melee versus melee fights are not lost because of numbers alone. Does that mean 2v1? Does that mean stats? Maybe that means stats. They are lost because of resource mismanagement. Interesting. Interesting. Now, those of us coming from Dark and Darker, right? There's basically no resource management in melee. There's maybe like block recovery time, swing speed. Okay? We're gonna talk about this versus Dad, but just keep Dark and Darker in the back of your mind as we read through this. In hunger, most close quarters melee versus melee fights are not lost because of numbers or stats alone. They are lost because of resource mismanagement. Players overextend, players panic, or they commit too early and arrive at the critical moment without the capacity to respond or defend. Very kind of academic sounding here, right? Very heady. So it might take a few reads to actually understand what they're saying here. But we're gonna, this is what we're gonna do together. We're gonna read this as many times as we need to understand. Bandages have no cooldown. There's not really a management associated with them. Players overextend, panic, or commit too early, and arrive at the critical moment of combat without the capacity to respond or defend. Very interesting. Two underlying systems govern this outcome in terms of melee: stamina and energy. They serve different purposes, recover under different conditions, and are designed to create meaningful trade-offs between movement, aggression, and defense. Very interesting. If you want to be able to move freely, maybe you can't be aggressive and you can't defend. If you want to be aggressive and swing or block, maybe you can't move very freely. Very interesting. Understanding how they interact is fundamental to surviving close combat. Guys, I'm here. I'm here for this. Caveman language, please. Panic, yes, that's me. Me too, Lily, me too. God, I love it because this was the exact ethos of war in that era. All about positioning and management and patience. Stamina and energy. Stamina and stamina too. Yes? Well, let's go further. Let's go further. We began the process of building Hunger's melee combat by starting simple. As crucially, the presence of firearms in the game drastically alters the way we can make melee viable. They recognize if you're going to have muskets, if you're going to have the ability to one-shot kill people with a hand cannon or a long gun, right? The presence of firearms in the game drastically alters the way we can make melee viable. We didn't want to just look at melee-only FPS slasher games and spend lots of time building something similar. So maybe like Chivalry? They didn't want to just look at melee-only FPS slasher games and build something similar, only to discover that it was irrelevant in light of the combined arms aspect of Hunger. There's no point in making a melee combat system that only works versus melee, and then as soon as someone brings a gun to a sword fight, it's game over, right? In effect, we didn't want to create too many Indiana Jones moments. Hands up, who is old enough to know what they're talking about here? Who is old enough to know what an Indiana Jones moment is? I think I am old enough. There's a scene in Indiana Jones where there's a guy waving a sword, right? And Indiana Jones is like, a sword, okay? He's waving a sword. And then Indiana Jones remembers that he has a handgun. And he just pulls out the gun, right? So the guy with the sword is like, heh. And Indiana Jones is like, no, buddy, I got the answer. It's called this, right? Anyway, they didn't want that. Cool. We feel that what we've arrived at now mixes complexity of the slasher FPS that creates depth on melee versus melee, but also viable when going up against firearms in close range. But also giving you the capability to close the gap. One more time. We feel that what we've arrived at now mixes complexity of the slasher FPS that creates depth in melee versus melee. So in a game like Chivalry, melee versus melee, there's a lot of depth and complexity. In a game like Mordhau, right? There's a lot of complexity in melee versus melee. So what they've arrived at mixes that depth that you would expect in a game like Chivalry or Mordhau, but is also viable when going up against firearms in close range, and giving you the capability to close the gap against a firearm. Very interesting. No Xennials over here. Yeah. Kind of by design, Baraz. We've kind of cultivated a community of post-Xennials, right? Fun fact, Harrison Ford was extremely ill during shooting that day, but they didn't have the location for long, so he threw up immediately after the take, and they used it in the film. Sorry, one of my favorite film facts. He's kind of like, ugh. You can kind of tell he's not feeling good, right? I hope it's not like Mordhau with esoteric mouse flicking to catch hits before the swing. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm open to that. I'm open to be able to read my opponent and respond to what I see. Is it esoteric? I don't think it is, necessarily. We'll see. We'll see. We'll describe some of the core systems below, but please be aware that we are continuously refining and tweaking the melee experience. Clip already in Discord. Excellent. Okay, stamina. We're talking about stamina and energy, okay? Stamina and stamina 2. Let's talk about stamina 1 first. Movement and traversal. Here we go. Stamina governs movement and traversal. It is consumed by sprinting, by jumping, and vaulting, similar to Arc Raiders, right? Stamina governs movement and traversal. It is consumed by sprinting, jumping, and vaulting. Actions that allow you to reposition, disengage, or create space under pressure. The goal of stamina is not to restrict movement, but to make it intentional. Players who manage stamina will dictate tempo and spacing across a region. Players who burn it carelessly lose options, arrive late to engagements, and struggle to recover once pressure is applied. Wow. You can tell, just by the way they speak, that they have a clear idea of the kind of combat that they want in their mind, right? Stamina regenerates when you are stable and grounded, rewarding pacing and restraint rather than constant motion. You can affect stamina gain rate, consumption, and more with masteries, with food and drink, with trinkets, and other items. Huge. Huge. One more time. Players who manage stamina will dictate tempo and spacing across a region. Players who burn it carelessly lose options, arrive late to engagements, and struggle to recover once pressure is applied. Stamina regenerates when you are stable and grounded, rewarding pacing and restraint rather than constant motion. You can affect stamina gain rate consumption with more masteries, food and drink, trinkets, and other items. You will tend to find most melee builds necessitate efficient stamina management, whereas firearms-specific builds often need to sacrifice it to achieve different efficiencies. Interesting. Interesting. You will tend to find most melee builds necessitate efficient stamina management, where firearm-specific builds often need to sacrifice stamina to achieve different efficiencies. So that makes it so, if you want to be effective in melee versus firearms, you're managing stamina to help you close the gap on a firearm user. If you're taking a risk to do that, you are taking a risk to try to move against someone aiming a gun at you. If you fail at that, you lose the fight. Makes sense, right? You didn't juke enough. You didn't use your stamina, your movement appropriately against that threat of firearm. Makes sense. If you successfully close the gap, you take the risk against the firearm, you're using melee, you close the gap, your reward is you have more stamina to maneuver in a melee engagement versus that firearm who kind of lost the trade initially, right? You can see here in the GIF, look at this small gray bar here. You can see the stamina go down as they jump or vault. So this is your stamina bar, this little gray bar here. Clearly, Blinn is one of the investors is trying to pretend he doesn't know anything about it. No, I don't. I can pick up on, I'm sensitive to language, right? Have you ever heard anything this sophisticated from SDF about melee combat in Dark and Darker? Right? Has anything in the melee system in Dark and Darker approximated this level of understanding and nuance? Even if he has to go through a translator. The answer is no. Bloody no. Obviously not. Hunger is just Blinn, but backwards. Blinn, chat. Hi, Gonzo. I knew it was about to go there. Brother, stay tuned. What puts Hunger Melee over the top better than Dark and Darker? It's coming, okay? It's coming. We're going to talk about it. I'm not shy to call it out. Double Axe headshot multiplier changed from 1.5 to 1.45. Okay, so we just talked about stamina, which governs movement and traversal. Let's now talk about energy, melee combat control. Okay, energy governs melee combat. Stamina 2, in other words, right? Energy is stamina 2. Stamina 1 is movement. Stamina 2, energy governs melee combat. Every attack and every block draws from the same pool. Makes sense. Me as a person, right? I've got only so much amount of energy. I can either swing or I can lift my shield. It's the same kind of body energy I'm drawing from. Every attack and every block draws from the same pool, representing physical exertion during close quarters fighting. Aggressive play that ignores energy costs will slow weapon handling, will weaken defensive coverage, and gradually hand control of the exchange to the opponent. Losing all of your energy makes you exhausted, causing slow attacks and inefficient blocks. Imagine if swinging a Bardiche and missing 3 times actually had material impact on your ability to swing a Bardiche a 4th time. Imagine if stabbing 10 times with a stiletto dagger and missing had some impact. Imagine if hitting a shield with a weapon had some material impact on your ability to swing a weapon again and again, right? Imagine that. Imagine being a game designer and not thinking about those things. Imagine being the leader of a game that features melee combat as a prominent style of engagement in the game and not thinking about that. Imagine. Losing all your energy makes you exhausted, causing slow attacks and inefficient blocks. You can still fight, but you're likely to be quickly bested by someone who has managed their energy more efficiently. Energy only regenerates when pressure is released. Attempting to fight continuously through exhaustion prevents recovery and accelerates collapse. In practical terms, stamina determines whether you can enter or exit a fight. Interesting. Energy determines who controls it once you are there. Huge statement. Stamina determines whether you can enter or exit a fight. It's movement. Energy determines who controls it once you're there, who can swing the most, who has the most effective blocks, etc. Energy can also be manipulated with masteries, food, drink, trinkets, and other items. Critically, it is also affected by the type of weapon you are fighting with. Oh, go figure. Oh, go figure. A larger weapon, a larger shield consumes more stamina. A smaller weapon, a smaller shield consumes less energy. My mistake, less energy. One more time. Energy governs melee combat. Every attack and every block draws from the same pool, representing physical exertion during close quarters fighting. A real attempt at realism and immersion, right? An actual attempt. Aggressive play that ignores energy costs will slow weapon handling, weaken defensive coverage, and gradually hand control of the exchange to the opponent. Losing all your energy makes you exhausted, causing slow attacks and inefficient blocks. You can still fight, but you're likely to be quickly bested by someone who has managed their energy more efficiently. Energy only regenerates when pressure is released. Attempting to fight continuously through exhaustion prevents recovery and accelerates collapse. In practical terms, stamina determines whether you can enter or exit a fight, but energy determines who controls the fight once you are there. Energy can also be manipulated with masteries, food, trinkets, and other items. Critically, it is also affected by the type of weapon you are fighting with. Okay. Okay. Holy crow, this sounds good. Italian Matthew is a longsword enjoyer, right? People that were attracted to longsword early on in Dark and Darker were attracted to the promise of an interesting melee combat system, right? You could parry, you could riposte. There was risk in the parry. There was a satisfying damage output for riposte. And then that was kind of it, right? We've made a community of people. Lyrebird, Lantern Shield, right? Italian Matthew, Longsword. There are people that found this channel because we have a shared interest in a melee combat system, right? I don't think that's too bold to say. And so when I see this, right, it's kind of like, what's the meme of the guy with a girlfriend and he looks at the woman in the red dress, right? Like I thought that Dark and Darker was going to become something more, and it's slowly taking a step, right? It took another step with Season 8. It took another step. But then you see this, and you think, oh God, I've made a mistake, right? I've made a mistake. Oh, never mind, this is hunger. Yes, we are talking about hunger. This is a missive talking about stamina and energy in terms of melee combat. And for those who don't know, we are not playing the game anytime soon, right? The gameplay is coming maybe later. We still have a lot to yap about, okay? So if you're here for the gameplay, you can maybe check back like in an hour, because we're just going to keep talking about some of this very exciting news and developments related to games. What is this? Committing versus holding. What does this mean? What does this mean? Committing versus holding. Get your smug, settle in. Aha, Iron Mace has failed to manage its stamina and energy, and now hunger has come to control the fight. Exactly. Yamasama. Committing versus holding. A core design principle is the distinction between committing to an action and holding it. Interesting. A core design principle is the distinction between committing to an action and holding it. Charged heavy attacks are powerful, but holding a heavy attack without releasing drains energy before any value is gained. Initiating a heavy and then missing the target is inefficient and deliberately punished. Oh, imagine punishing people for missing an attack, right? Yapping is fun though instead of sweat lording. Thank you. That's why most of us are here, because we love it here. We're here because we like to, it's a chat room. We're chatting with each other, right? It's fun to play the game when the game is fun, but when the game sucks, right? It's fun just to hang out with friends and hear what you guys think and share a passion for games that goes beyond sweat lording, right? Etc. A core design principle is the distinction between committing to an action and holding it. Charged heavy attacks are powerful, but holding a heavy attack without releasing it drains energy before any value is gained. Initiating a heavy and then missing the target is inefficient and deliberately punished. Heavy attacks are most efficient when used decisively. Initiating an attack early and hesitating creates fatigue without pressure and leaves you worse off than if you had waited. Interesting. Interesting. Warlord, been following this game for a while. I am hoping to get in the next tech test. According to my crystal ball, we will get that tech test this month and then open beta next month. Whoa, big news. How are you, Warlord? How are you? Where you been my whole stream, brother? That's good news. That's good news. So one more probably private tech test and then an open beta next month. April. Ooh, dudes. Ooh, dudes. Heavy attacks are most effective when used decisively. Initiating an attack early and hesitating creates fatigue without pressure and leaves you worse off than if you have waited. Blocking follows the same logic. Blocking mentioned, guys. Blocking follows the same logic. Blocking is a survival tool, but sustained blocking is one of the fastest ways to lose control of a fight. Interesting. The system favors deliberate, well-timed defense over passive play. Ah, perfect blocks. Perfect timing. Not block spamming. Not holding block indefinitely. There's a cost. Blocking is a survival tool, but sustained blocking is one of the fastest ways to lose control of a fight. The system favors deliberate, well-timed defense over passive play. Very interesting. The only thing that worries me is server lag. I don't want to see any more games hosted on Temu servers like Dad does. I know what you mean. In Melee, when the timing is so tight, right? We'll have to see how they manage this. That, if I'm honest, this is a major question and concern I have. Because I know how bad it is to try to beat my opponent and also beat the server desync in Dark and Darker. Other games, other Melee games don't seem to have the same kind of desync issues that Dad does for some reason. It all comes down to the quality of netcode. It comes down to the quality of server logic, I think. It comes down to the system that they have used to govern hit registration. And in my opinion, Dad does that poorly, and Dad's servers are garbage. And so there is a native 200 millisecond lag in every action that can be abused and is abused by myself and other people that play Melee at a certain level of play, right? I got you guys. Thank you. Crystal Ball Enjoyer. Thank you very much, Warlord. Appreciate that. Does the Crystal Ball also show Steam keys? That's very funny. Okay, dudes. Now, some people don't like the F word, okay? Some people don't like the F word. I like the F word, guys. Fainting. Feints. Create pressure without cost. Ooh, interesting. We know that energy is a currency, okay? If you spend your energy, you lose control of the fight. How can you get someone to spend energy? By pretending to attack and making them block. If you pretend to attack and make someone block, they waste their energy. So there's a chess game. There's a head game. This is not a dumb M1 hack and slash. This is a thoughtful approach to melee combat, and I am here for it. Feints, aka fake attack. If I go like this, and I don't hit you, I'm fainting, right? If I go to swing my sword but don't actually follow through, I'm fainting. Fake attacks exist to let players apply pressure without spending energy. During a brief window at the start of an attack animation, a player can cancel the strike and return to idle. Executed correctly, a feint costs no energy. Very interesting. Very interesting. If the feint provokes a defensive reaction, the opponent pays the energy cost instead. This mechanic supports mind games, timing, and control rather than constant damage output. There's a lot of idiot gamers that don't like feints because they don't want to think. They don't like the feeling of getting fooled, and those people hopefully don't play this game because those players I've seen whine on the forums of other melee combat games because they don't want to use their heads, right? They want to just swing and spam, and they don't like it when someone can fake them out. Get those people out of here. Hopefully, those people are not attracted to a game that actually has nuance and feinting mechanics. Feints exist to let players apply pressure without spending energy. During a brief window at the start of an attack animation, a player can cancel the strike and return to idle. Executed correctly, a feint costs no energy. If the feint provokes a defensive reaction, the opponent pays the energy cost instead. This mechanic supports mind games, timing, and control rather than constant damage output. This is the difference between a brain-dead slasher, right, and an actual melee combat game. Because actual real-life melee combat is not about hacking and slashing. It's not about that. It's not about stat checking. It's about managing your resources and being thoughtful. So hopefully, people don't recognize this as a melee slasher. And the people that don't like this kind of mechanic just go somewhere else, right? Forcing an opponent to block on your terms is already a positional and resource advantage. Excellent. Excellent. So we can see here an example of a windup. And then he returns to idle. So he winds up and the opponent reads the windup and goes into a blocking position. But that blocking position costs your opponent energy, does not cost you any energy. If all you can do is hold W and left click, get out. Oh baby, F words. Blocking discipline. Quick block versus hold. Interesting. Blocking is never free, but not all blocks carry the same cost. A perfect block, the shortest possible block raised to intercept an incoming strike, consumes a small, fixed amount of energy. Ooh, so maybe that means even against the heavy weapon attacks, if blocking a heavy weapon strike with a regular block consumes more energy, because it would, because you're stopping a heavier attack coming in, if you've got your timing down and you perfect block even the big melee, it consumes a small, fixed amount of energy. Holding block beyond the moment of impact changes the cost profile entirely. What? Holding block beyond the moment of impact changes the cost profile entirely. So if you continue to hold block after you have made blocking contact, you burn more energy. So it locks you in. It keys you in to your block timing even after, it seems like, the successful block. Rapidly draining energy, turning defense into attrition. Consistent success in melee comes from late, brief, and intentional blocks rather than early and sustained ones. Oh my goodness. Guys, get excited. Get excited. Consistent success in melee comes from late, brief, and intentional blocks rather than early or sustained ones. This is a blocking channel, guys. It's the bloody boardroom. Is this hunger? This is hunger. This is hunger. These guys are brilliant. Look at this. Listen to this. I'm ready to give my life to this game. I'm ready to flush Dark and Darker down the bloody toilet, right? Let's get excited for this. For those of us that are here because we want melee nuance, we want to play like a proper melee game. Dad has been faking it this whole time. We have tried to make Dad a melee game. Dad is not a melee game. Dad is a kiting game. And idiots play melee, right? So ready. I've been an idiot for Dark and Darker for like 2 years. I am ready for a proper game. Look at how they speak. Look at how they speak about their systems. Look at the command they have over the philosophies of these systems, right? This is to encourage skillful tempo and to make turtling disadvantageous. Door and door. Oh no, Hunger going Mordhau trap? I don't think so. I don't think so. Versus what? Versus Dum Dum Hack and Slash? What do you want to see? What do you mean here? We'll see. But if you can't handle it, right? If you can't handle the requirement to be thoughtful in melee combat, maybe the game isn't for you, you know? And that's fine. No turtling. Exhaustion states and consequences. When energy is depleted, the effects are systemic rather than cosmetic. Interesting. Attacks slow and lose effectiveness. Defensive actions become unreliable. Blocks begin to leak damage. Whoa. Whoa. So initially with high energy, right? With high energy, you're blocking maybe, you know, I've seen in games, some games either have a block, just prevent all damage, full stop. I've seen other games where the block prevents 85% of damage, full stop. I've never heard of a game where the energy your character has determines a percentage of total damage blocked. That's huge. I'll find a way to metagame and hold up my Pavis forever. I'm pumped for Hunger. More the guns though, TBH. And that's fine. And I think that's the real secret sauce here, is that there are gunplay, FPS shooter, Tarkov enjoyers that are going to find a home in Hunger. But there's also diehard, like, nuanced melee combat system enjoyers that are going to have a way to compete against the firearm enjoyers. It's a blending of two worlds, I think. I think that from what I see here, right, there's a space for everyone there. It's even more badass than having the penalty to offensive damage for low stam. from Age of Chivalry. When energy is depleted, the effects are systemic rather than cosmetic. Attacks slow and lose effectiveness. You do less damage when you're exhausted. Defensive actions become unreliable. Your block is more sluggish, perhaps. Blocks begin to leak damage. Oh, it's so good. At this point, the player is no longer just inefficient. They are exposed. The intended combat flow rewards players who push opponents into exhaustion and then capitalize while recovery is no longer possible. Oh, so good. So good. What are we seeing here? We're seeing a block in action. There it is. We saw it. Maybe he gets hit and then he blocks. This game and its thoughtful, well-developed combat system almost seems too good to be true. It seems so comprehensive and I cannot wait. I'm hopeful to see what comes out. Weapon size and block coverage. Weapon choice directly affects defensive capability. Larger weapons provide broader block coverage and greater forgiveness when positioning is imperfect. Interesting. Smaller weapons reduce that coverage and demand tighter timing and spacing. If you're using a parry dagger versus a broadsword, right? A broadsword has a bigger blocking surface. You're using a parry dagger, it's a tiny weapon that is easier to power through, requires more precision. This is a deliberate balanced choice. Small weapons remain viable defensively, but only when used with precision, aka perfect blocks, perfect block timing, perfect aim, right? Larger weapons trade speed and commitment for reliability. Interesting. Larger weapons like long swords trade speed and commitment for blocking reliability. Okay. Gotta feel how the game feels in the hands. It's true. Direction, positioning, and solving the opponent. Positioning and attack directions are as important as raw execution. What does that mean? Blocks are directional and contextual, not absolute. Players are expected to read angles, adjust positioning, and vary attack vectors. Oh, dudes. If you are a fan of hack and slash melee, stay the F away, right? This is not for you. Positioning and attack direction are as important as raw execution. Blocks are directional and contextual, not absolute. You are not just in a blanket bubble defensive blocking state. You actually have to aim your blocks and anticipate your opponent as well as your position on the map. Players are expected to read angles, adjust positioning, and vary attack angles themselves. Repeating obvious swings into a prepared block is not meant to succeed. If someone is holding block and you keep doing the same attack into that blocking surface, right? This is not meant to succeed. Effective melee play is about identifying weakness in an opponent's setup and exploiting them, not brute forcing exchanges. Interesting. So you can see maybe certain weapons have certain ideal block coverages. Certain weapons maybe are vulnerable to certain attacks. Maybe with a shield, it's easier to block thrusting attacks. But if someone is using a parrying dagger, if someone has a tiny dagger, okay, it's probably easier for them to block an overhead than it is for them to block a thrusting attack. Keep that in mind. Direction of attack. Direction of attack. All melee weapons have a huge array of directional attacks available to use. We can come from the top right. We can come from the top left. We can go pure overhead swing. We can thrust. We can attack from a left hook. We can attack from a right hook. We can go bottom left. We can go bottom right. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 directional attack angles. They also have a charged heavy attack unique to that weapon. It's important to use directional attacks to both thwart the enemy's directional blocking, as well as to maximize the damage done by your weapon. Interesting. And in turn, maximally wear down the enemy's energy. Attacking with an inappropriate direction will maximize damage. Attacking with an appropriate direction will maximize damage. For example, an overhead swing with an axe does more than thrusting with an axe, right? Thrusting with a stabbing dagger does more than slashing with a stabbing dagger, obviously. right? Hope you like block and higher percentage of the damage the more right your block directionally is. Uh-huh. I wonder what it's like with a pistol and a one-handed sword. I hope this game attracts many interested players. I don't want it to change these aspects or flip-flop for being too niche. Uh-huh. Attacking with an appropriate direction will maximize damage, while attacking with an inappropriate direction, for example, thrusting with an axe, will deliver a weaker blow. Be aware, thrusting and narrow attacks are often best in close quarters, so that wide swings don't collide on nearby walls and objects. So your contextual awareness is very important, and this is also great to see, right? So depending on where you're fighting, is it a hallway? Is it a doorway space? Is it an open field? Is it a staircase? Is it between two carts, right? Is it next to a stone wall? All these things factor in to how you choose to approach the melee combat. So here we have an example of that. Looks like a left slash. Yeah, we got a left slash here. Core design takeaway. This is it. This is the end of the post. Core design takeaway. Energy is not a currency you spend in order to attack. It is a constraint you manage in order to remain dangerous over time. Energy is not a currency you spend in order to attack. This is the hack and slash ethos, right? I have energy, so I can attack. Let's just keep attacking. Do I have energy? Keep attacking. Right? That's the hack and slash ethos. It is not that. Energy is a constraint, is a resource you manage in order to remain dangerous over time. It suggests a bigger scope, a longer view of the engagement. Players who panic swing will exhaust themselves. Players who defend too early will drain their resources before actual pressure arrives. Players who stay composed, defend only when necessary, commit with intent, and disengage when appropriate will consistently reach the decisive moment with options still available. Holy God. Holy preach. Oh. For the moment, blocks are linear and do not require specific block directions, which I think is good to lower the barrier to entry for players new to this game. Very interesting, Warlord. Another nugget of information. Now, it said directional blocks, did it not? Did it not say directional blocks? Blocks are directional and contextual, not absolute. How do we square that, Warlord? For the moment, blocks are linear and do not require specific block directions. How do you know this? Crystal ball. Ask the crystal ball. How do we square these two things? I'm curious. I hope the competition brings more things Dark can steal to improve their game. Yes, totally. We know that that Arc Raiders inspired Dark and Darker to make some long overdue changes, right? Maybe this game will also inspire Dark and Darker to make some other nuanced changes. I hope the game finds some success. We need more winners than flops. Friendly Fighter, what's up? It sounds like they're going to be so much more satisfying for melee enjoyers than Dad could ever be. What game is this? This game is called Hunger. It is a fantasy-ish extraction shooter melee extraction game. A fantasy-ish melee shooter extraction game. It is coming soon. I'm kind of waiting for Warlord to maybe provide a little more color, but I don't want to put them on the spot. Let's wrap up here. Players who panic swing will exhaust themselves. Players who defend too early will drain their resources before pressure arrives. Players who stay composed, defend only when necessary, commit with intent, and disengage when appropriate will consistently reach the decisive moment with options still available, will win combat. That is the balance the system is built around. GG. Holy moly. Good fun, corporation. Hunger, guys. Yeah, late 1700s, arms and armor, flange maces and longswords, also with muskets and handguns, right? Proto-revolvers, first-person shooter aspects, first-person melee aspects. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. let's debrief. Let's debrief. At first blush, this seems like a thoughtful and dynamic system, right? What stands out? Stamina determines how you can move in the game. Energy determines the efficacy of your attacks and blocks. Energy is consumed by different weapons. Energy is consumed differently by different weapons. Melee still plays a prominent role in a world that includes firearms. It's a big point. The firearms in Hunger look very powerful. It looks like there is one-shot headshot capability, right? Especially versus unarmored opponents. In a world that includes very powerful muskets, single-shot firearms, and proto-revolvers, melee still plays a prominent role because it's single-shot. You fire the shot with a musket. You can spend, literally, 15 seconds to reload that musket and take another shot, or you put that musket aside and you pull out your sidearm. You pull out your short sword, your flange mace, and you fight melee, right? In the sense that Dad is directional, but not like how Mordhau is directional. Unless this missive changes that. This is the blocking system that was in place on the previous tech tests. Interesting. Granted, this could be that change which moves it away from Dad and more to Mordhau. I don't fully understand how Mordhau is different directionally than Dark and Darker. I never played Mordhau. I played a lot of Chivalry, but Chivalry has got basic bitch blocking compared to Mordhau, I'm sure, right? Chivalry just has kind of like a bubble, like a big cone bubble for blocking. Dad is directional, but not like how Mordhau is directional with blocking. Can you expand on that, please? I'm sorry to put you on the spot again. Just play Mordhau. I don't want to. I don't want to. Interesting. Anyway, stamina for movement, energy for the efficacy of your blocks and your attacks. Energy is consumed differently by different weapons. Melee plays a prominent role in a world that includes firearms. Is Mordhau like Mountain Blade? I don't think so. Kind of, maybe. I've played Mountain Blade. And there is kind of directional matching. Good call, Lyrebird. Good call. It's more like Chivalry 1. I played a lot of original Chivalry 1. You could not hold block. You could only click block. So there's like a very narrow, very short blocking window. And I guess, too, that was kind of directional. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's talk about what I think puts Hunger Melee, based on what we just read, over the top. What makes it better than what we have in Dark and Darker? Let's count the ways. It seems like the game will reward decisive action. It will punish hesitation, attack spam, and whiffs. Currently in Dark and Darker, there is no penalty for hesitation, for missing your attacks, for whiffing, for attack spamming. In Dark and Darker, it is very dumb, one-dimensional, right? It seems that Hunger is going to reward more decisive melee action. You love to see that. Chivalry 2 1v1s when? And if we were doing that for a while, many months ago. We were doing that on the community servers for Chivalry 2 many months ago. I think shields could still hold block. I forget. I think you're right, Lyrebird. I think you're right. Yeah, it was the weapon blocking that was momentary. Mordhau feels bubbly compared to Dark, not gonna lie. The timing for blocks is harder, but it's not the same simulation of weapons. No worries at all. Mordhau uses a very specific reading and blocking to match that directional attack exactly. If I attack top right and you block bottom left, you get hit. So the blocking in Mordhau is more kind of like matching your opponent's attack, it seems like. Are there shields in Mordhau? I think I understand more like Dark and Darker, where you're blocking, but you're just looking at the direction the attack is coming in. You're saying that in Mordhau, you have to match the attack of your opponent. I think I understand that, like, in Chivalry 1, in Dark and Darker, you're actually, there's a different kind of, there's a dedicated block function versus kind of like a parry riposte function. It's very read each other heavy. Now, it's the same with Chivalry 2. You had to read the incoming attack of Chivalry 2, and if I wanted to parry and riposte, I needed to match the overhead, right? And I needed to overhead attack in response to your overhead attack. And and there was feinting. You could feint overhead and then go to a slash, or you could feint stab and go to overhead. And I had to track that and read the animation in Chivalry 2, and I got used to that. Interesting. We'll see. It's very easy to kind of speculate how it's going to go. But I don't want any of this speculation to diminish my excitement for the picture they have painted on that hunger missive. Blocking also seems to follow the same logic. Block spam is punished. Unintentional, dumb melee gameplay is punished, and that is welcome in this game. That is welcome. Feints exist in Hunger to bait opponents into spending energy. And this elevates combat beyond just straight DPS, right? Thank goodness. If the melee is more of a chess match of who can be baited into spending energy more, and then once there's an energy advantage, right, the opponent can push that advantage, that is very interesting to me. Perfect blocks are native to the combat system. It's not a skill. If you perfectly time that momentary block to block your opponent, you are rewarded with a minimum energy cost and a fixed energy cost no matter what weapon you're going against. Very interesting. What else? Weapon size affects blocking coverage. Smaller weapons require precision, like in Dark and Darker, right? That's similar to Dark and Darker. Directional attacks and unique charged attacks. This is where we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this. We're going to talk, what are the attack options in Dark and Darker? We're going to come back to this. But for Hunger, we have a variety of attack options, in addition to a unique charged attack for every melee option. Interesting. Also, the walls in the environment collision is a factor. Very exciting. I prefer the Dark and Darker like live blocking, but it does come with terrible desync. Since there's no predetermined blocking success, you legit have to touch their blade to riposte. I think I know what you mean. Yeah, this game I think will attract a huge variety of players, at least at the start. MMO grinders, extract enjoyers, and combat finesse connoisseurs alike. Very well said, Warlord. On earlier Hunger tests, I guess stamina and energy were one thing, but then they added the energy, or arm stam, if you will. Interesting. Arm stam is a neat way to say it. Stamina 2. I wasn't excited for Hunger now. Now I'm horny for Hunger. Interesting. Interesting. This, I love this. Let's just take a moment. This is the last thing we'll say. We'll take a moment to appreciate this. We'll take a moment to appreciate this. The directional attacks we have at our disposal in Hunger. Top right, top left, top overhead, thrust, left hook, right hook, bottom left, swing up, like bottom right, rising attack, right? Also charged heavy attack. What do we have in Dark and Darker? What kind, compared to this, what kind of melee options? If I'm a melee user, I have a sword in my hand. What can I do? What can I do in Dark and Darker with the sword in my hand? I can swing, okay? I can choose to click M1, and guess what? It's always the same initial attack. It's always exactly the same swing attack every time I click M1, okay? I can swing. I can choose to continue the combo. I can click M1 again, right? Or I can hold M1. And guess what? It's always the same combo pattern. It's always the same. They used to have alternate attacks for some weapons, but now to make space for the weapon guard and riposte, the parry and riposte now offers an attack that is mostly distinct from the swing. So I can swing, always the same. I can combo, always the same. I can try to parry and riposte, and sometimes I get a distinct swing pattern from the regular weapon combo. Okay, that's at the basic. That's at the basic level. How about the advanced level? If you're advanced melee in Dark and Darker, what can you get? Well, I can jump, swing, or I can crouch, swing. And guess what? It's the regular swing, right? I wonder if you parry with a lighter weapon like a dagger will result in a bigger counterattack window. Yeah, because it's harder to parry with the dagger? Uh-huh. Interesting. It's weird because in Dark, you control the swings with accels and drags and aiming. Yes, and who's to say that isn't the case? Who's to say that isn't the case in this instance, right? That could very well play a factor in this, right? What else can you do with Dark and Dark? You can drag. If your weapon swings slowly enough, right? That's an advanced thing you can do. You can bait, cheese, and turn. You can pretend to run. You can pretend to run away and lure your opponent in, and then turn and regular swing, right? You can also use skills. If you have Shield Slam, if you have some other attack, what are other skills? Like Pommel Strike. Are there even that many for non-fighter players? I don't know. I'm not sure. I hope it is for hunger, but we will see. It is night and day, right? It is dark and light. Combine these things. Compare these things. Holy moly, dudes. No wonder we're excited, right? No wonder we're excited. Okay, that's hunger. Great yap so far, dudes. Great yap. Let's take a Bingus break. Let's take a Bingus break. I'm gonna have a sip. Oh, I was very excited reading that. I'm very excited. Hung and hunger. Bingus. Okay? If you're looking for gameplay, for Dark and Darker gameplay, maybe later. There is yet more to yap about, guys. I'm not excited. I'm not excited to play this game. But I'll hold my nose and we'll do it a bit later. But not yet. If you're here for gameplay, come back in like, I don't know, an hour. I said come back in an hour like 2 hours ago, right? But that's how I feel. That's how we're doing it. No F's yap. I'm also so sorry it took so long for me to sub. I love your content. Oh, welcome in, dude. Never too late. Always on time. Always on time. This is the Bingus, guys. Hey, gang. Oh, Wetbeak, what's going on? Excited for hunger. Used to play a lot of Hunt Showdown. Seems similar in vibes. Yes. But I feel like... Does hunger have a blocking system? Does hunger have variable melee? I only played hunger enough to kind of experience most of the gunplay. But I didn't really get a chance to explore the nuances of the melee combat system. This is cursed. No, sir. Sorry, Does Hunt. Thank you, Does Hunt. Thank you very much. I'm in Yap Brain, guys. I'm in flow state. Hunt. Does Hunt Showdown have a blocking system for melee? Does Hunt Showdown have variable melee attacks? Very lively yap. It's true. Hunt Showdown has variable melee, but no counter, no blocking. Uh-huh. So it's almost always a finisher, right? Hunt Showdown's got kind of like single fire, bolt action. There's a lot of repeated, there's a lot of semi-automatic gunplay as well. But Hunt Showdown, the melee is more kind of like you take your shot or two, and then by the time that you're close enough, you can just go for the katana and you go in for the slasher kill, right? Light and heavy attacks for melee. Interesting. I think it's safe to say that Hunger aspires to be more than what Hunt Showdown is. It's going to preserve some of the firearm strength of Hunt Showdown. There's definitely going to be long range, very interesting gunplay. Firing from cover, managing reloads, managing a secondary long gun, right? You've probably got like 2 shots. Gunplay carries the game. Some people run melee builds, but the whole point is to either kill bosses quickly or get right in the face of the enemy to one-shot them. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So there isn't so much kind of melee dialogue expected in Hunt Showdown. Hunt Showdown is a gun game with kind of like in the same way that like Call of Duty has like the melee knife attacks, right? Or they just love katana like me. When is Hunger playtest? Apparently, according to the Crystal Ball, there might be another closed tech test this month, the month of March, in the year of our goodness, 2026. And then an open beta in April next month. No promises, but holy crow. Did you watch the 50-minute video that Psycho Ghost put out? No, I did not. I don't know who Psycho Ghost is. Maybe I should know who that person is. Katana is very cool. The Unsheath skill has crazy aura. You know what has crazy aura? Do you know it has crazy aura? No whiskers, guys. No whiskers. How will he ever know how big he is? How will he ever know what size of a doorway he can fit through with no whiskers? May I link the video? Go ahead. I'm not going to watch it on stream, but go ahead, link the video. I'll pick it up and I'll watch it after I'm done streaming. Thank you very much. You might not be able to link the video. You might not be able to link. We'll have to see. He looks very fleshy. Mm-hmm. I can maybe switch to live chat and see if I can see the link. I'll hang it here on live chat and see if it comes through. Because I think if I'm on top chat, I can't see any URLs that you might post, but I'll hang it here for 1 second. A few more breaths, dude, and then we're going to go on to our last topic. What's the last topic? Guys, we have daddy issues. Who doesn't have daddy issues, right? Psycho Ghost is a hunt content creator. He's very interested in Hunger coming out and does some in-depth analysis. Interesting. It looks like it could be a Gingus. Girl Bingus. No, it's a boy. Not the daddy issues. I love my daddy. I don't see a link coming from Warlord, but I'll look it up and I'll post it in the Discord. Bingus will save us from our daddy issues. Welcome back, Litchi. Didn't Litchi said he was going away? Litchi's come back for a topic that interests him, perhaps. Everyone's got daddy issues. No, I didn't post, but he is great. Okay, I'll look it up, Warlord. I'll post it in our Discord. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate the heads up, buddy. Okay, quick note. I saw this crop up on the Discord. Unrelated to the topics we're going to discuss. Returning player. Lamau, this water map is dog shit. A true Iron Mace classic. Imagine coming back after who knows how long, right? You're like, hey, a new map. Water map. Oh! I just thought this was funny. Returning player. Water map is dog shit. Great. He says what we're all thinking, right? What are we going to talk about in terms of daddy issues? The economy. The gold duping issue. Okay? We're gonna drill into the kind of economy and gold duping issue for Dark and Darker. Let's read from the horse's mouth, shall we? Before we get too excited here. STF, the big dungeon daddy himself, has posted an investigation update, guys. Investigation update. Right? We want to acknowledge the concerns that have been circulating in the community. Good. Acknowledgement is good. What concerns? Doesn't say, right? Doesn't say. We are currently investigating a potential issue that could affect the integrity of the game. At this point, it is still too early to determine whether any actual impact occurred, and we do not want to jump to conclusions before the investigation is complete. It's fair, I guess? What are you talking about? What issue? As a precaution, we have implemented preventative measures several days ago while we began looking into the situation more closely. Okay, what situation? What are you talking about? Since then, we have been reviewing a wide range of related systems and data to understand what may have happened and whether any further action is needed. Okay, what are you talking about? What concerns? What concerns? What are we talking about? Because we wanted to first secure the situation and investigate carefully, this message is coming later than we would have liked. Okay. Interesting. We understand that the lack of information may have caused concern, and we apologize for the delay. Lack of information. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We will continue to investigate and we'll share more details as soon as we have a clear understanding of the situation. Do you not know what the situation is? When we have confirmed information, we will communicate it transparently with the community. We thank you for your patience while we work through this. Probably disabled the clown emojis, right? Probably disabled the clown emojis. Spectral bag is 100,000 gold, by the way. Okay, a few days before this investigation update, right? Which says basically nothing. We had a nugget from Grey Sun, right? From Grey Sun. We will give more information about the item exploit when we can. Item exploit. Right now, it isn't safe to comment as it could give those trying to exploit an advantage. Uh-oh. We have been analyzing the situation for several days before it became publicly known. That's kind of copy-paste, right? We have been... That felt like that rang a bell. Anyway, okay, cool. There's a lot of misinformation spreading regarding it. While it is possible some gold has gotten into the market, most of it has been contained. What? The video and screenshot going around is making it appear to be a much bigger deal than it actually is. Okay. If you don't know, if you are not, you just see the Discord messages, okay? If you don't know what's going on, does this help in any way, right? Does this have any communicative value, really? Release the tapes. Okay. Can someone succinctly summarize what is the issue? What is the item exploit? Possible some gold has gotten into the market. Who knows what the F Gray Sun is talking about? I never saw The Truman Show. It was probably a good movie that I missed. PvE chest dupe LOL. I do. It's so easy to do. PvE chest dupe. So normally you can't bring gold storage in to the dungeon. Let me back up. You go into a raid with your friend. You and your friend are in a party, right? You go into a raid and you're doing normal dungeon things. And say your friend dies, okay? To something. Your friend dies. So you go to your friend's body and you pick up all of his stuff. All of his best things. His rings, his hat, his weapon, his gloves, his boots. You pick it all up, right? If you leave the dungeon, your friend, your party member, gets back the stuff that you were holding for him or her, right? Your friend, if there's an automatic item recovery, your friend gets back their rings, their neck, their boots, their weapon. That's part of a quality of life available in the game, okay? That's a normal part of the game. So that exists. Also, normally, you're not allowed, I don't think, to bring gold storage into the dungeon. So you can't bring a gold coin bag. You can only find the gold coin purses, right? You open a chest, you find a gold coin purse, and that's in the dungeon, you can use the purse, but you can't bring in gold storage into the raid as part of your equipment, right? Also, if you drop items and someone picks it up, it gets returned to you. Aha! So, apparently, people found a way to bring a gold coin chest into a raid. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but someone found a way to do that. You bring a gold coin chest into the raid. And then, apparently, you can drop that gold coin chest, and your party member, your friend, can pick it up. And then the two of you can leave the dungeon. And then upon leaving the dungeon, the gold coin chest is returned to you, I assume, with all the gold inside it? I don't exactly know what the nuance is here, but your friend also gets to keep the gold that was in the chest. So it effectively duplicates the gold that was originally brought in by the chest, which is obviously a huge problem, right? I think that's it in a nutshell. That's the issue. People are bringing in gold coin chests. They're dropping them for their friends. They're leaving the dungeon. Upon exiting the dungeon, the gold coin chest goes back to you, but your friend gets to keep the gold. It duplicates the gold, apparently. I don't know how you do it. I don't know. Origami says it's easy to do. Apparently, it's easy to do, right? Interesting. We will give more information about the item exploit when we can. It is possible some gold has gotten into the market. Why is this an issue? Why is it an issue? And then you both get banned. LOL. Final step. Hopefully, right? Well, lame. It is true. Let's just, in case anyone's got any lag, let's do this. But again, why make a post about something you can't talk about? Yeah. And also, While it's possible some gold has gotten into the market, most of it has been contained. The video and screenshot going around is making it appear to be much bigger than it actually is. Versus, at this point, it's still too early to determine whether any actual impact occur. So you're saying, STF is saying, that there could be actual impact. What are the repercussions of this? What's the downside? What is the danger here? Who cares if people are copying gold? Who cares, right? Well, there's a problem. There's a problem because it affects the economy. And we're going to talk about why duped gold is bad for the game. Before that, let's just boot into the game and see what the prices are actually looking like. Rollback incoming. Now, a lot of people have a lot of mixed opinions about a rollback, right? A lot of people have a lot of mixed... Look at Burger's 1,000-mile stare. Burger got that Bingus stare, guys. While we boot the game, let's hypothesize on the effects of a rollback. How far back would the rollback have to go? And what would be the player base reaction to that? They'd have to roll back way too much. I don't want to lose my arena gear. They could have rolled back days ago. Too late now. Yeah, think about that, dudes. I think that there's probably a 0% chance for a rollback. It will roll back minus 6,000 to the player count at least. Yeah, so the only people left playing the game are the gold farmers, right? There better not be a rollback. I got a troll pelt and spectral fabric today from bossing. Well, there you go. Wet Beak's season has been minted, right? LOL Moss. Wet Beak is in the money, guys. For anyone just tuning in, okay? Gameplay later. There's still more to yap about. We're not playing the game. We're just in here to check market prices. They should delete all gold storage and gold except the gear. Let's have a look, shall we? I have not looked today. Spectral coin bag. Who has 80,000 gold laying around? Who has 80,000 gold laying around? So that this means that this is a bigger number than it was before. Dudes, what's the price of a troll pelt? 30,000 gold. It's going up. It means the problem is not subsiding. Semi-wipe is what they should do. Announce semi-wipe in a month. Keep quest progress and arena progress. That's probably a very good idea. Cybersecurity engineer here. Oh, very interesting. This would be such an easy fix, to be honest, if their rules weren't spaghetti code. Yes. It's the problem of with tech debt, right? It's an actual material issue with stacking tech debt. You cannot disentangle your inventory code. Ugh. I haven't played Ark because of the same reason Blins listed. The aggression-based matchmaking puts me in an extraordinarily friendly lobbies, but even that is chicken dinner compared to this. 80k storage to store how much? Like 10k? Like 5k? It's so sad because they were doing... I agree, Origami. There was more promising momentum this wipe than there has been in a long, long, long time. Tech deck? They got the money bags and the chest gone, and they make it where you have a bank. Pretty much all your good goes. And I think you're expressing some frustration. They gotta get rid of money bags and chests. Aha. Yes. I think a lot of people, right? Look at Arc Raiders. Does Arc Raiders... part of me, historically, I don't mind the gold storage situation, right? It's been annoying. It limits what you can do. But there was kind of this, like, tether to realism that I kind of liked, right? But honestly, at this point, it's not worth it, right? It's not worth it. Oh, sorry, I got you, brother. Brother, no worries. There's no worries, man. Tech debt, tech deck. I hope they drop damn new weapon crafts. We need new content. It's easy. Just delete all gold storage. I know, right? Copy Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders, you can have 3 million credits. You have 3 million space bucks. You can have 7 million space bucks. You can have 800,000 space bucks. The dupers have to have somewhere to store their gold. That's why it's so expensive. Without the gold storage, we would have never caught this. I see. It would be a spike in artifact value. Is that it? As easy it is to rag on the devs despite the dupe issue, the season was very good. I agree. We agree. We give credit where it's due. And I don't think they deserve such a massive lashing to the good grace they've earned, in my opinion. I still think they deserve, you know, like this is chickens coming home to roost, right? This is them spending their time and their energy, their bandwidth on water combat, right? And not actually addressing some of the more foundational inventory systems, you could argue. They deserve a lashing for that. I think that it's easy to be lured into a sense of toxic positivity, and that's not what this channel is about. We do not enable toxic positivity. Iron Mace and SDF have made a cascade of horrendous decisions that has led to, right, despite all the amazing things, the good progress the game has made, there's still like flagging interest in the game because the game is still plagued by many, many, many issues. And so it's good to give them credit. In this channel we have. There's been many live streams where we've gone through all the positive changes to Season 8, right? And we've given them dubs. There's big W's. But there's also a litany of L's. Many L's. They don't deserve it because of the dupe. They deserve it for how they have responded. I think there should be a 10k basic stash limit and then have craftable coin storage increase that limit. Then it opens up, it's still the same issue, right? It's still the same vulnerabilities. I consulted with a video game company, legally not allowed to say who, and they 100% deserve the flack they are catching because they are not fixing their issue the backend is facing. Thank you for putting this into words so well. I have respect for SDF in some regards. I have respect for Iron Mace for the team, right? They did great work with the animal druid changes. That was long overdue. Amazing work. They did a great job updating the blocking system, handle hitboxes, hilt hitboxes. They fixed thrust clipping. Good job, long overdue. Great work with the Fire Deep map and the new portal exit systems requiring interaction cost, right? Great work, excellent progress. Great job with the movement adjustments, with the elimination of bunny hopping, right? Great job, great work. There's still a ton of things that are wrong with the game, and there's still a huge tech debt that they're sitting on, and they are paying the price for making the bloody water map. When they could have continued to update classes, given us a social space, given us a skill tree, fixed their inventory system. And they didn't, and they're paying the price. And they deserve to eat shit for that, in my opinion. Why is duped gold bad for the game? We'll get there. Let's talk about the economy, right? Okay, so storage, gold storage is one thing. But if you're just a regular player of the game, I'm going to try to maintain like a new player experience POV. Because why is the new player experience important? If a game doesn't have new players, cannot sustain new player interest, the game will die. And it's hard for us veterans to kind of remind ourselves of what it feels like to be a new player at this game. Because most of us are not a new player in this game. Some of us are, most of us are not. But these issues are extra bad if you're a new player. They're extra bad if you're a business person who is invested in trying to maintain a constant inflow and capture, retainment of new players. If you're a new player and you want to buy a necklace, what is the cheapest necklace on the market? It's 500 gold, it's 700 gold, right? It's 800 gold. Maybe if you're lucky, you're a new player, you pull 400 gold out of a raid if you survive, right? So the inflation issue is not just a problem for troll pelts and spectral fabric, stuff that kind of like the veterans enjoy. If you're a newer player and you're trying to buy a ring for Arena, this is the worst. As of like this morning, this is the cheapest Ring of Courage available on the market. And compared to the amount of gold you can pull out of a raid, playing normally, not farming bullshit logs, right? Playing normally as a new-ish player, this is completely unachievable, completely inaccessible. And that's the issue, okay? We're going to talk about stats. We're going to talk about charts. We're going to talk about other bullshit in the game. We're going to go through the economy. We're going to talk about duped gold. We're going to talk about inflation. I'm going to take one more bathroom break. I'll be right back. Oh, very good, Baraz. Like any MMO, new players enter the market. They see ridiculously high prices. This scares newbies and reduces the player base. So again, we must let gear trade go. Interesting. What makes Arc Raiders a very accessible and welcoming experience for new players? Probably the fact that it's solo self-found only, right? Because it makes people play the actual game. Play the actual game. It isn't just a gold farming simulator, right? We're going to talk about this. We'll talk about this. I support BINGUS. How often do they do wipes? Every 3-4 months? I've been gone since season 1, so I have no idea how much time we've got this season. That's a long time to be gone. Welcome back. Okay, cool. Let's talk about how this season, season 8. How has season 8 been going, guys? Well, it's the economy stupid, as it always is, right? Season 8 has, despite all the positive things we just talked about, season 8 kind of started with a bit of a stutter step, right? Started with the Cannonball sale price issue, an oversight from Iron Mace, where they made it so that the Cannonball ammunition unit, right? The little metal ball you put inside the handgun, or the hand cannon, you could buy for 1 gold from the vendor. But someone set the sale price to 5 gold. That's a boo-boo, right? If you can buy something for 1 gold from the vendor and then sell it back to the same vendor for 5 gold, you just made 4 gold, okay? And you could do that again and again and again and again, and that was a problem. That was a problem. It was an exploit, kind of, but it was also part of the game because some dummy, right, forgot to carry the 1 or whatever, right? That was a clerical error. They did not roll back the season. They issued some bans, but basically they allowed that gold to kind of exist in the economy already off the jump, which was an issue. They were always 5 gold. They were not available for purchase until this wipe, which is why. Well, whoopsies, right? They were always 5 gold to sell. Anyway, season started with a Cannonball sale price issue, which I think jumped up. It put the economy a few steps ahead based in terms of the amount of gold that's available. And we're going to come back to this. We're going to talk about why it's important to understand the impact of how much gold there is in the economy as a principle. We'll come back to that in a second. Also, this season, you can go to ruins, the first level of ruins, right? And you could chop trees and farm logs. And then you could bring those logs to the merchant and sell them for 1,800 gold. You could chop 6 logs and sell those logs to the merchant for 1,800 gold from the first level of ruins with barely any risk involved. Also, there's some juiced treasure drops, I think, that also play a role here. It's been pretty easy to pull big money out of piles and out of fancy chests. The treasure drops have been increased, and that's normally a good thing. This wouldn't be as big of an issue if people weren't printing money with log sales, and if there wasn't already an issue with a lot of money in the economy based on the early cannonball sale price mistake, right? It seems they don't even have the ability to roll back the servers even if they wanted to. I'm sure they could. Where are you getting this information? It has to be the purple ones. Rare to get those. I've seen a lot of streamers invest minimal time, get the 6 purple logs, and sell those logs. It's not hard. I've seen it many, many times. This wouldn't be an issue if gold storage wasn't so exclusive. We're going to talk about this. That's a good point. They openly allow ban evasion. They openly allow ban evasion also. I don't know that much about this, but I'll take your word for it. I mean, everyone has a free Epic account, right? Like there's so many ways for people who are banned on one account to just play the game with another account, right? They can't afford the luxury to reduce the player base. Easy and fun way to mitigate a bit of the tree farming would be to trigger a mini-boss treant when chopping down trees. Totally. Absolutely. Just speculation. I don't have any concrete evidence. Well, I mean, they clearly do have the ability to roll back, right? They clearly do have that power. Okay. In addition to the cannonball sale price issue and the log sales and the juiced treasure drops, there's also no real meaningful gold sink to take money out of the system. A lot of other games have a thing to get players to spend their gold on. Lodge upgrades, right? I mean, this game has religion, but it's kind of like a half-baked system, it seems. There aren't that many ways for players to spend their gold and to take that gold out of the economy. And again, it's very important to keep track of why is it important to know how much money there is in the economy at any time. And Dad currently doesn't really have, from my POV, a meaningful gold sink, a meaningful way to take gold out of the economy, and that's an issue. Also, the goblin recovery, even though kind of a minor thing, it still is a factor here. The goblin recovery system is returning gear to you. And so if you're getting gear back from goblin recovery, then you're not spending more gold on crafting or, you know, vendor gear or market gear. It's just another way that preserves gold in the system. And now it seems that a new gold duping exploit has blown up an already bad market situation, right? An already bad market situation. What do we mean by bad? Just to recap, when the cheapest green necklaces are 700 gold, this is not achievable for new players. If you're a semi-experienced player and you want to buy a ring of courage for the arena, right? Well, the cheapest ring available is 1,500 gold, and if you're playing the game normally, this is a lot of gold to try to make to spend on one ring. Now, granted, you'll keep it for arena forever, but it's still, you know, in my opinion, this is an elevated price. We're not even talking about the ridiculous price of some of these crafting materials. If you look at a troll pelt, and this is just like, I don't know, 10 days ago, 9 days ago, the price of a troll pelt on February the 26th was 13,000 gold, which is a lot, but like that's within band, right? This is kind of normal. It's kind of a normal amount. But you fast forward to March the 5th. That troll pelt is now 34,000 gold. That is a major increase, right? That's like a 2.5x increase over a 2-week period, and that's not normal, okay? This is what's called inflation. The price of a thing, when prices of things go up dramatically, it's actually called hyperinflation. And we're going to talk about that because it's a real-life economic principle that applies to the economy in this game because this game operates like a regular economy. Why is duped gold bad for the game? Let's talk about it. duped gold in the game leads to something called hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is a massive increase in the amount of money in the system. The more gold there is in the system, the more inflation there is. Gold inflation. More gold generation, whether that's from log selling or from gold duping, right? The more gold that players make, either by normal means or by duping, means that players have more gold. That's the first step. Players have more gold. Players have more gold to spend, therefore, in the marketplace. The richer the average player is, the more gold they have to spend. And they are more willing to accept higher prices for items. Think about this. If you have $1,000 in your bank account, are you going to consider buying a new pair of shoes for $150? That's like, 15% of your net worth. That's a big expense. But if you have $10,000 in your bank account, now it's a lot easier for you to consider spending $150 on a pair of shoes because you have more money. You can afford to spend more money. You have a higher tolerance for prices. Sellers increase prices because players have more gold to spend. If shoe retailers, if people who make shoes know that the average person has 15,000 gold in their bank account, well, maybe they charge $400, $600 for a pair of shoes. Because people have more money, they can afford to spend more money. And that's the issue here. There's more gold in the dad economy. Players have more gold to spend, and therefore sellers increase prices because players have more gold to spend. So the price of all items in the market increase dramatically, and that's the issue. More gold in the system means the prices in the market go up dramatically. Higher prices for gear also means there's a widening gear gap, and that's very important. Because again, we're trying to take the perspective of a new player, and a widening gear gap is not good for a new player experience or for the player base in general, I would argue. It's very hard for normal players of the game to keep up in a hyperinflationary situation if you are not playing the market. If you are not buying and selling spectral bags, right? If you don't already have these illiquid assets, then you are being left behind by the inflation of prices, basically. It's almost impossible for latecomers to the season or new players of the wipe to catch up. Once prices start to take off, you cannot afford to keep up. You cannot keep up with this if you're a new player or if you're kind of a latecomer to the season. Players with the most power early often lose, and the gap grows even wider. What am I talking about here? Because of the higher prices for gear, there's a widening gear gap. And the wider the gear gap gets, the players with the most power early will win more PvP, and therefore get the gear after the fight, and the gear gap grows even wider. So it's very important to rein this in. After solo self-found, player and gear power is directly tied to how much money you can spend. That's the kind of issue with the market, is after solo self-found, once the market opens, the game is not about going into the dungeon to find stuff and then to use that stuff, like in Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is a solo self-found game. You go into the raid, you open boxes, you find stuff, you take it out, you craft, you build up your materials, you use the things that you find. But when there's a marketplace, the game shifts. It's no longer about finding things to use. It's about optimizing, making gold, and then taking advantage of the market to gain as much power as possible. Because that is the best way to play, obviously. Dad does not enable much counterplay to allow weaker players to outskill a massive gear gap. This is true. This has been true about the game for a long time. They've tried to take steps, and Season 8 is a positive step, but Dad does not allow or enable a lot of counterplay to allow weaker players to outskill a massive gear gap. If you're playing fighter, if you're playing with blocking, you have a chance. But a lot of classes, you don't. It's more about movement speed, it's more about DPS, and if you cannot out DPS, it's very hard to outskill and overcome a massive gear gap. You made this graphic yourself? I made this talk myself. I made this graphic myself. I remember as a new player dying to the first mob I saw for like 15 games straight. Dad has very little skill expression in the low to mid tiers of combat. Higher tier, you have more skill expression like desync blocking. This game is 90% a stat check. Yes. And now, even though they've removed desync blocking, or they've taken steps to do that, right? The conventional method for desync blocking has been patched out of the game. I agree. I agree that it's so weird. At the very low end, like the low to mid tier combat, I would say low tier combat, it's you know, it depends on the player. An inexperienced player is different than an experienced player. But I would even say at the highest levels of the game, when the stats, the action speed just goes through the roof, and the time to kill is so short, like sometimes there's even less skill expression even at the highest levels of gear score because the DPS is so high, because the action speed is so high. Just to be honest, just coming back from season 1, I don't even know how to get 3/4 of the stuff they added to the game, so I'm already left in the dust. Plus, if you don't know how to boss, you're way behind now. Iron Mace sells me their poison, 3 weeks of solo stuff, and then refuses to sell me the antidote 3 months of... Right. 3 months of market, yeah. This is a fantastic Robert. Thank you very much. They could keep the materials and quest items trade, but gear trading takes the fun out of dungeon loot. Totally agree, right? The feeling of finding a perfect piece with your own luck. I agree, right? All of this issue, all of these issues with pricing, with the market, right? What can I say? What can I say? Duping wouldn't be an issue if the game was solo self-found, but that's none of my business, right? Duping wouldn't be an issue. The market wouldn't be an issue. All this crap wouldn't be an issue if the game was solo self-found. But that's none of my business. In fact, it is my business, right? We're talking about it. Dad has a problem with players trying to use skill to overcome a massive gear gap, and the richest players are able to cement a massive gear gap and solidify that advantage, and it is very hard to dethrone them. It is very hard to beat them with skill alone. This is not really a skill-based game. This is a stat-based game, largely. There are those of us, we try to make it skill-based, and there is room, narrow space for skill expression. There is, but largely. Are you kidding? This game is about stats, and when you're fighting against Mr. Turdburger, right? I'm gonna say Turdburger. Let's do this guy. 1 second here. One moment. Right? We've got Turdburger. Or we've got Actually Stupid Person. Right? Actually Stupid Person. Here. Okay? And the Barbarian has 59 strength and 170 HP. When the Barbarian is using a full unique kit, unique Bardiche, +7 strength on the hat, physical damage bonus on the gloves, agility on the heavy boots, strength on the loose trousers, right? Nice Lemoner. There's no room for skill expression in this game, right? The rich get richer. There's no way to beat these people in a style of play that I enjoy, right? You could maybe try to beat them in other styles of play, but it is not a well-conceived combat system based on skill. It is a system that rewards people for being rich and incentivizes people for being rich. Also, and this is a kind of an interesting nuance point. Now that there is a huge demand for gold storage, okay, it causes the price of that gold storage to surge. And I think this is like the heart of the issue, right? If the price of gold storage prices surge, well then the gold storage materials also surge. That's what we're seeing with the troll pelt, with the spectral fabric. The normal game loop of dungeon farming is disrupted. When the price of gold storage is super high, The normal game loop of dungeon farming is just all of a sudden irrelevant, right? Troll pelts and spectral fabric are worth so much, it's much less effective to farm piles and chests. Why would you do this? Why would you waste your time farming piles and chests when finding one pelt or one spectral fabric will get you more gold than, 24 raids? And so it changes the complexity of the dungeon. The dungeon raid experience, it devolves into a clusterfuck around the boss rooms. Other POIs lose interest. People don't go to other parts of the map. Some maps are never populated, and the dungeon feels empty. If you're a new or returning player, and you're not interested in bossing, you're just going around the dungeon, you don't want to run into, like, wall-to-wall PvP, but you don't want that dungeon to feel empty, right? What kind of experience is that? It's bad. Looting would become a chore. No way I have enough gold storage. Off topic, but I'm working right now, and thank you for the awesome yap sesh to keep me entertained while I am vibe coding. Haha. Excellent. You're welcome, Warlord. It's not the game loop as advertised. Okay? When the market is this out of whack, when gold storage prices surge and the value of gold storage materials, crafting materials surge, it disrupts, it degrades the dungeon raid. It's not the game loop as advertised. It's not the reason we bought the game. What is the appeal for new players? The game needs new players to succeed. The game cannot survive on weapon skin revenue alone. Okay? It just reeks of desperation. I don't want to get into the weapon skin conversation, but like trying to sell cosmetics for weapon skins just says to me that there's nobody new buying copies of the game, and they are trying desperately to recover, to get some other revenue stream. And the best they could think of is just crappy skins for weapons that just kind of further dilute or interfere with the ability to visually recognize what your opponent is and how to strategize against that opponent. The challenge for new returning players is this. With inflated market prices like this, with rapid inflation of the economy, right, and a growing disparity of gear power, new players get crushed by uber gear in PvP. It's a fact of life. Even in normals, right? I mean, dare I say, especially in normals, right? Normals is supposed to be the bridge because people are supposed to want to get to high roller. And I don't know how anyone tolerates high roller. Like, high roller is just, it is like the least fun version of this game from my POV. So you're a new player, you're PvE, you learn the modules, you learn the mobs, you want to dip a toe in PvP, and the first thing you run up against is a totally bissed out, gemmed out blue kit player in normals, right? Because they have the 12,000 gold or more required to buy or assemble that bissed normals kit. You have no chance. If you've got a farmed kit, if you've got a couple of pieces that you spent money on, you have no chance. You can't get established in the economy. It feels like the maps are 90% empty and nobody's playing the game, right? How many people want to stick around through a situation like this? Probably not many. Okay. It sucks because, as people say, it was a great start. It was a good start to the season. The Bingus was going strong. There were still issues, right? There were still issues with the game, but it was off to a good start. And I feel like the mismanagement of this issue, both in terms of trying to, you know, what is it? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? There was a lingering inability to address the tech debt related to inventory. And then also, you know, not the most immediate or intentional or decisive kind of response to the issue has now really thrown the whole season off kilter. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at. End of yap. Epic yap. We've been talking for 2.5 hours, dudes. How are you guys doing? Take a breath. You know, Claude chatbots, one of the best uses for them is front end. Because that code, it's not necessarily dangerous. You know what I mean? Front end code is like one of the best uses for a chatbot. That's some high quality app. Thanks, Sneakers. Appreciate that, man. There's a lot to talk about. I'm gonna sit here quietly and drink water for like 2 minutes, okay? Let me do this. Save my file. Respect the app, NAP. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to close it at Illustrator. Take your time. What has sold? All these things have sold. This Ring of Courage with 3 physical power, action speed, and 13 additional armor rating sold for 8,000 gold. That I was a ripperoni? No, I'm just gonna... You get used to me talking all the time, and so when I finally stop talking, right? If you're not looking at the stream, then you think there's an issue. Just listen for the soothing sounds of the background music. Bro, even Norm's kits are expensive now. I know. I know. For example, heavy gauntlets. What's the cheapest pair of heavy gauntlets? 300 gold? I mean, and that's just the cheapest pair. Yeah. Some people spend a lot of money on normal kits. 86,000 gold for a spectral bag. What are they gonna do? What happens now? I'm here for everything Bingus has to say. Lingus? How much are the mystical potions going for? What do you mean by mystical potions? The background music has been carefully choreographed by Clippy and Blinn to bring you maximum smoothness. It's true. It's true. Wow. Broken glasses. 4,100. Are those like Dr. Rubber gloves? I'm curious because I think gloves could be good for me when on computer. These are fabric. These are like silverware polishing gloves. Sometimes you see like the fancy waiters, you know, polishing silverware with gloves on, or using these gloves when they're doing their silver polishing. You get them from Amazon. I get them from Amazon. I cut the fingers off. They are like a pair of socks for my hand because I don't like the feeling of my, and you can't see my mouse, but I don't like the feeling of my hot hand, the palm of my hand on mouse plastic. I love your wine tasting gloves. Thank you. Here's a good question, in my opinion anyways. What's a game that did a good auction house? Everyone gets gold coin chests for free in the mail system. If you remember, that's an actual feature in the game. Those gloves are 100% pure albino Bingus fur. That's why the Bingus has no fur. It's because I harvest the fur from the Bingus to make my gloves, obviously. He means the potion you get from the... Ah, that is a new thing for high-level crafting, right? Mysterious potion. I forgot that was in the game. A cool 40,000. Is this required? What is this required for crafting? Is it for making gold gear? Thank you, Warlord, for clarifying. World of Warcraft has the best auction house. That was 15k a week ago. The last goldsmith quest. It's a quest item. Yikes. And does it unlock... Does it unlock the gold crafting? Is that what it is? Let's check cloaks. Golden cloaks. Golden cloak. The cheapest golden cloak is 13,000 gold. That's the cheapest one. You need 5 of them? No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh my god. Oh my god. You need 5 of them. It's funny how they remove things like gold keys and skull keys, right? But they introduce quest items. They introduce quest items that you can buy on the market. So it's almost like they've decentralized gold storage. They've distributed gold storage. It's no longer just about death blooms or golden keys or skull keys. It's like all these quest items have a value now, right? Because people are just paying for convenience. Yeah, plus gold ingots. Oh my goodness. Right? What a strange... How do we fix it? I had 10 of those 2 weeks ago. Uh-huh. If I found something worth 50k gold, I wouldn't have enough space in my stash to store the gold. I think if you have a full tab, right? If you have a full tab of gold coin purses, I think it's 24,000, right? Because it's like 240 squares maybe, and you can hold 100 gold in each with a purse. So even without any fancy bags, if you have a whole tab of purses, then you can hold 24,000 gold, I think. Right? I think. I'm breaking, I'm breathing, I'm drinking water. I'm breaking, I'm breathing, I'm drinking water. Enjoy, Mateo. Enjoy the sun and sand, the evening breeze, safe flight home. We'll see you next time, buddy. I'm not complaining. I got all 6 of my characters really insane arena kits now from Quest Item Farm. Very good. Right? That's a way to do it. It's a way to do it. I think it's interesting. It is interesting that there are ways to make money from farming, right? And it's a little more distributed. Water map farming, quest item farming is a very viable way. I think that's probably more interesting than log farming, right? If we're being honest. Log farming is just dull, right? You go into ruins, you just chop logs, you run away, right? Log, exactly, Zio. So at least with the quest item farming, you're moving around, right? You're going to different maps, you're going to different locations. And you know, I have no issue with that. The issue is that inflation in general drives up the price of those quest items. And yeah. The issue could have been solved in 3 ways. A revision to their backend system that manages inventory, a better gold sync, and, you know, a more decisive reaction to the duping fiasco, right? I did 1 log farm and I was like, nope, never again. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Never again. This Grand Brigandine is very cheap. It's so funny how the off-roll stuff is so cheap. It's so funny. Because no one, like, it's... Oh, man. Wow. What? No way. Iron ore? A stack of iron ore? 2,500 gold? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That doesn't make any sense. Iron is everywhere. There's no iron on the market. There's no iron on the market. Because of Spectral Blade just released today. I see. Holy moly. Wow, guys. Spectral Blade. Is it a longsword? Fighter, Warlock, Sorcerer. You can get 20 in GC in like 1 run. It's a longsword. Let me buy the cheapest spectral blade available. Headshot damage bonus, action speed. Okay. It's a longsword. How about... I love the golden stuff. I love the golden plate. Cheapest golden plate. Ooh. Wow, that's a high floor price. The only problem with the spectral blade is that it passes through people harmlessly. Really? Off-roll legendaries are secretly expensive because you need to spend upwards of 4K to gem better stats. Yeah. And nobody runs them just for like no one runs them with bad stats, right? Because you can't compete in this game unless you have gear power. Because there's no meaningful way for skill to overcome gear power at a certain level, right? People like this game, hot take. People like this game because you don't have to be good at the game. You just have to have stronger gear. It makes people feel like they're winning because they just have better gear. They've just optimized their gold farm. They have better gear. They win PvP. They feel like they're winning. So a lot of people like this game because they don't actually have to be good at fighting. They just have to have strong gear, right? It makes people feel, good job, you're winning, son. You're winning, son. You're doing good. You're good at the video game because you have stronger gear, right? It's a joke. It's a joke, by the way, Spectral. I assumed it was. I assumed it was. Can't get tired of winning. That's true. I mean, you can. You can. A certain kind of person can get tired of winning, right? I win the bad end of gear diffs pretty frequently, to be honest. Good for you, right? Dare I say, so do I. But most people do not. And that's the issue, I think. Can't get tired of winning. Some people do get tired of winning. Hard crab shell. Dang. Nobody cares about Royal Emeralds. Nobody cares. Rip. It's not a bad price for diamonds. What was the cobalt there I saw? Tome of Sheol. Ultimate diamonds. Interesting. Sorry to interrupt for the gloves again. I just brought a pack of silversmith gloves on Amazon. Let's see. I've been using a washcloth to hold my mouse lately. Aha. Silversmith gloves on Amazon. Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm not sure what the name of it is, but... Washcloth is crazy. How to even press buttons. Yeah. One moment here. It could be good. They seem to be a weird color. One second here. One second. Yeah. Here we go. Sorry to lead you astray. This is not a sponsored stream. Okay, this is not sponsored. But if you're interested, it's either you want lightweight work gloves, right? Or jewelry handling gloves. Okay? Just sold a crab shell for 3,300. Yes. Jewelry handling gloves? or lightweight work gloves. And they're washable, right? They're washable. That's my recommendation. I don't really enjoy the amount of toxicity of some of the larger streamers of this game. Yeah, and you cut the fingers off them. I feel like I'm... What's the stat on those gloves? It's definitely like... It's a... I have a bonus to my constitution saving throws. Crab shell for that much means it's completely broken. Baraz is out. Nice yap. Exhausted. Good runs to everyone. GG, man. Notice how uninspired I am to actually play the game. Because I don't want to get angry. I've played too much of this game, dudes. I've played too much of the game in solos to have a good time. I've played too much of the game in solos to have a good time. I just don't care. The water map items are expensive because no one likes the water map. Yeah, it's a premium for the people that are brave enough to go there, right? Thanks for the love, dudes. Appreciate it. Thank you. What's a herb pouch? Other than hunger, has anything popped up on your game radar? Mistfall Hunter is interesting. I'm actually done with the game until they deploy a fix. I've been going back playing Neverwinter Nights 2 for a fix, or Hunger, which comes out first. That's funny. Yeah, there's been some other games. But nothing I'm ready to like throw my like full weight behind, you know? Stuff I've been enjoying off stream. I can't get in. I wish that I didn't have so many issues with Arc Raiders in the solo lobbies. Try some strong squire kits and norms. Slayer, Battle Cleric, and Bardiche Barb. I'm never playing Bardiche Barb. And I played a bit of Bonk Cleric. I appreciate the encouragement. We appreciate your time, Lynn. Thanks, Nat. And I appreciate everyone who comes out to watch the streams. I just farm for a nice arena kit and pretty much only log on for arena now that I'm demigod. Yeah. Much love to y'all here right now. Thank you, NAP. Thank you. How are you, Joey Calabrese? Joey Calabrese, how are you, sir? Are you playing this wipe, Joey? Is your brother playing this wipe? Much love. I believe in you, dude. Sword and board forever. Okay. We'll put the spectral blade aside. We've dabbled. We've dabbled, he says. It's not a bad thing. Okay. Let's take these things off and sell them. I'm looking forward to Hunger now. I only heard about it today from you. I've been playing too much Overwatch and now I can't stand Dark and Darker Arena. Did anyone check out Crosswind? Crosswind was a really nice game. A demo that happened recently. Very Valheim-like. But nice world, nice setting. Nice aesthetics. I did. Super fun. Cool. That's awesome. Check this out. Let's do this. Let's go in disguised as a Timmy. Right? Does it look like we know how to play the game? Probably not, right? We need to drop the sash. We need to drop the sash. The sash is a giveaway. We've got actually good stats on some of these items, right? But what serendipitous timing. I just got my PC set up at my new place. GG, Georgie. New place in DR? New place back stateside? What's going on? Skills. Hmm. DR, baby. Oh. La Romana. Very nice. Very nice. Barricade. Counterattack. Sword mastery. We're going pure Timmy, dudes. Pure Timmy. I don't think I want shield mastery. If I'm using an arming sword, it's so fast. How about Veteran Instinct for fun? And we're gonna play with Perfect Block and a round shield. Okay, a little fart inspired, and Second Wind. We got the meds. I have a blue pot. I'm gonna go until I can't stand it anymore. Okay. We've also got a few other kits for one-handed combat. We can try that too. Let's go, says Fart. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see what happens. You should be able to crush norms as Battle Cleric right now, especially with Buckler. I played that last week. We did a Cat Bonk Cleric stream. We did that last week with the Buckler. Ooh, I don't have the right headphones on. Let's pull over here. One moment. I don't want to think about these modes. What mode should I be playing? What does that mean? Modes. Game modes? Squire to riches if you're brand new to PvE. Georgie's been around for a minute, guys. Georgie's been around. I'm not new to anything. Georgie has more time in Tarkov than I have, like... I don't know. Georgie, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example. Georgie's a gamer, guys. We have Perfect Block and Second Wind. Play some Squires, bro. I don't want to play in no comms trios. No thanks. I don't want to play in no comms trios. I think I'd rather suffer in solo. I'm talking to Georgie. I see. Ugh. Some drop frames. Georgie has seen the top of Bingus. Has Georgie not seen full Bingus? Has Georgie not seen full Bingus? I think I closed my Illustrator, but I can open... Oh. Speaking of clerics... stuck? I'm stuck? Oh, he's stuck in there, dudes. Poor guy is stuck in there. Okay, poor dude. Got a good block on the smite. Perfect block did come in handy there. I do not like this module. This module is a hot mess. Let's have a sit down. First game of the day. Always a challenge to your blood pressure. What all the homies think about the water map? Haven't played it yet. Water map is dirtier filth than the sewer modules. We'll play one. Want to play the water map? We'll go on the water map. Any thoughts on Slay the Spire 2? I liked Slay the Spire 1. I saw a trailer for Slay the Spire 2. It looked good. Is it out yet? A 1v1 against the only other round shield user online at the moment. Well played. How was Disarm with Arming Sword? Build looked cool. It was fun. It is. It came out today. Oh, very nice. Joey, thank you for the heads up. Ooh, my wife is going to be happy about that. Oh no, then let's not play the water map. No, you should try it once, just so you know what it feels like to have that in the game. I'm just glad that my perfect block was useful, you know? Perfect block was actually useful in that fight, and that feels good. Master should give perfect block by default. Oh, that's a good call. You are correct. I agree. You are correct. I agree. The sling should be better, right? Missed opportunity for the sling to be better. To have a slowing effect. You know what I mean? It's excellent, right? It's an excellent game. Excellent game. Couple of halberds with memory capacity. You know what? We can mess around with a halberd. I don't have a lot of experience with it. But I don't need a perk to equip it. I think that's like the second time I've ever swung a halberd. There's so many mobs in this room. I hate this room. I hate this room. Some mobs are so dense, some rooms are so dense, and other rooms are not. Ugh. Reload. Dabobwarian. RRWDSA. I recognize that guy. This is a full cleric kit. Joey, have a good night, my man. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. This guy's got a full cleric kit. Maybe we'll run this one next. Run as a cleric. Got a round shield upgrade. Kind of shatters the Timmy visage. You know? Hot pots are nice, though. He's got fancy heels. This guy made of money? I guess everyone's made of money, technically, right? Technically, everyone's made of money. He's geared up. I like to keep the basic shield. Maybe in this case, it's got a little bit of action speed on it. We're looking less Timmy-like. We're looking a little less Timmy-like. Bigger strength. With today's inflation, that's a 20k kit. You have a cape already? No, I didn't, right? You have a cape already? I did not have a cape. Yabba dabba dee doo da. Yabba dabba dee doo da doo. See if we can leave these guys in the dust. Ah. The Timmy facade is gone, correct. Once the cape enters the mix, right? Are you using shield mastery? No. I find I play worse with the arming sword because it's so fast. So I don't have shield mastery when playing with the arming sword. I have the tendency to whiff. I like it on round shield because it makes the recovery time that much faster. Yeah, for me, I struggle when it's a little too fast. Suffering from success. Ironically, I mostly use shield mastery without a shield. Mostly with two-handers. No, it's kind of like... That's the tech, for sure. Mobs in the mix. Is this a closable door? Yes. Let's have a look-see. Let's reset. Reevaluate. There was a land mining cleric in HR with the pulve this morning. Thought it was you for a second. I've seen someone with the heart of the stag, Lichi. I've seen it. I think it's exceptionally rare, but the thing does exist. A little dexterity, action speed, bonk, cleric, kit. We can work with that. We can work with that. For now, let's see if we can fool another person or two. So many good heals on the cleric. Makes me blush, you know? Let's try again. I can't imagine anyone new playing Norms right now just gonna get crushed. Like, where's the space? Where does that transition player go? It's not like Tarkov. It's not like a gun game where you can get a headshot, right? And, like, you can punch up. And you can still win a fight even though your gear does not match. Like, this game... It's not Tarkov. You can't do that. Map in session. You have to get your hands dirty. You have to play the game. And if you don't have the knowledge or the gear... What does Perfect Block do in practice? Does it end attack chains? Yes, so it maximizes my impact resistance of the round shield, which naturally has a very middling impact resistance. So my shield gets staggered by a lot of attacks, but Perfect Block makes the shield rock solid, basically. And so I'm able to interrupt the attack combos of heavy weapons, like the Morningstar. And that can be confusing or frustrating, surprising for opponents. It's kind of a troll because the utility is so limited. It's only good against heavy melee, right? It gives me no move speed advantage. It gives me no real DPS advantage. So it's kind of a troll, but it's fun. It's a fun challenge. Do we hear anything? Do we see anything? Here we go. A dagger and barbarian. Oh! Yikers. Yikers. Give me your shit, idiot barbarian. We lose no love. No love lost. I'm even taking your... I'm taking this. Thank you, goodbye. Anything good? Oh, no. Look at all this stuff, right? Probably not worth it. Take the gloves. GG. Bardouche can be pretty expensive, although they are huge. Here's Steppies. A ranger. Typically speaking... Rangers don't like to lose line of sight. We'll trap him in. He opens the door and comes through. Rangers don't like to lose line of sight. Oh, a trap ranger. Will he come through? He didn't see me. He didn't see me there. He's speedy. I was the barb. Probably one of the worst things about this game, man. GG. Would have been fun fight, but range and ranger. No sprint. Steppy's here. See if you can trap him here. Third party is brutal in this game, in every game. I think everyone needs that Barb heal perk. Third party is brutal in every game. I think they've done better to reduce the density. This wipe. You know what I mean? It feels like reduced mob or reduced player density. Morale boost. That'd be interesting. Be a different foundation of the game if everyone had a natural morale boost. 25. Yeah, it's some breathing room, right? Some kickback. Weird. Especially devastating in high roller, yeah. The problem is there's no way to solve for third parties, right? Everyone wants to fight. And everyone wants to, like, loot their kill. And deserve to loot their kill. But also it is an open map, you know? Airborne Crater, what's going on? I'm glad the regular skellies don't have melee attacks like the frost ones. Lots of panthers and rogues. You know what? Like, it's not really a hot take, but I just don't give a shit about high roller. Like, I barely have fun these days. Solo normals. There's no way. There's almost nothing redeeming about playing in high roller. At least for the playstyle that I enjoy. You get hit through a block, you get very little damage. There's no way to actually get hit through a block in this game. Dope Clips, you can be hit. An attack can hit your body and then hit your shield, but you can't get hit through a block in Dark and Darker. Have you ever played with the longsword? A little bit. A tiny amount. Maybe like 6 hours. I don't like to play. I have a hard time playing with weapons and playstyles that I don't have a lot of respect for. I think there are hits that hit the shield first and body second in the same strike. Yes. But that's not a hit that hits you through your block. That's a hit and a block. You should respect all playstyles, even Barb's. No, sir. I disagree.
I think it'd be hard for the game to calculate, because if the attack hit you first, and then hits your shield, right? Because the attack has already hit you, when it's calculating damage, it's an issue, right? Barbs are way overtuned, especially their perks and skills. Yes. Mosquito rogues deserve no respect. Yes. Put it this way. The amount of respect I have for a class is equal to how much risk I think that class takes in the dungeon. I mean, Barbs with the incredible DPS, incredible health pools, and competitive move speed don't take that much risk. It's very easy for barbarians to win, especially in a solos context. And so therefore, my level of respect for barbarian gameplay is low, because they don't take very much risk. It's the same with other classes that rely on move speed to avoid taking melee damage, right? Bro, I straight up killed a 20k Sork as a Squire Barb. Like, I've done videos where I play a level 1 barbarian, right? Just to see what it's like. And it's gross. It's dumb. Fighters don't have much HP, and PDR is counterable with so many things. And Shield Fighter in particular, like, you're slow. You take risk. You put yourself in harm's way to block an attack, and the benefit you get from that risk is minimal. You get minimal risk. You get minimal return for a large amount of risk, in my opinion. So when I fight other shield fighters, I respect them. I have respect for shield fighters. Someone spawn here, maybe? If they fix block and recoil, there'd be so much skill expression. I agree. Signs of life. Combat. Woo-hoo-hoo. That guy is not playing with headphones. Poor dude got surprised. Surprise. I think your best bet right now as a fighter is Longsword at high level and Slayer at low. Yeah, I just think that the amount of return you get, like the Longsword parry riposte is so powerful that it's hard for me to... I don't like fighting against it. I think that you take risk, but the return is so great that, I don't know, it doesn't appeal to me. Also, I really don't like how an attack can cleave through the body, but then the parry can be caught on the follow-through. Like, you can be hit by the weapon, you can be hit by like an arming sword, right? I swing at my opponent, I hit my opponent, I cleave through the body, and then out the other side, the longsword still catches parry, and the riposte damage is incoming. I've been watching you for a while, not the streams though. I'm surprised you don't respect certain classes. What's surprising about that? I'm surprised you're surprised by that. You're so calm, I always figured you just enjoy the game and all the OP annoying stuff doesn't bother you. Of course it bothers me. spend 3,000 hours, like, this close to, like, any system that has massive design flaws, and it's gonna bother you, right? Yeah, longsword straight up goes through board. I'm surprised you're surprised he's surprised. It's surprising. Should try Y parry. Good skill expression there. I think it's interesting. I think the arming sword is a little more my speed. Reload bow. Thank you. My favorite off-meta melee build right now is Plate Fighter, Zweihander with Weapon Guard. Sword Mastery, Counterattack. Victory Strike, the riposte is big damage. Hitbox is wide on Y2. I think that's the thing, like, I feel like the game is just a big race to whoever can get the most, like, whoever gets the most viable one-shot builds. And that's the problem I have with the game. I'm looking for a game that has more back and forth, more dialogue. And so a part of me appreciates the weapon guard and the parry riposte. But, like, when the point of the build is just to just kill your opponent as quickly as possible. Like, I'm just, there's something about that style that I'm not attracted to. I could play with a bardiche. I could play with a longsword. There's something more interesting to me personally about, like, a harder road, you know? Oh yeah, the game's unfortunately botched. I agree that there's a lot that ruins the game, though. I really like that you're so calm about gaming, and it's so nice just to eat breakfast with a Blindvid. Aw, that's nice. But I am a person, right? I am a human. And I am affected by... I suffer the same mental damage as the rest of the player base. But maybe even more so because I don't want to rely on move speed or one-shot mechanics to win fights. And if you dial back the VOD of this stream, I can't wait for other games that maybe, you know, will allow for more of a nuanced exchange in melee. Reckless barbs around in high roller, hitting one taps every class if you don't block it. Yeah, it's horrible. I've played enough duos in high roller to know what it feels like, right? I played enough duos in high roller. It's more of what I meant, but yeah, 3K hours, you probably see a lot more than I do. Or I'm just particularly sensitive to it. Like, some people have 6K hours and have no problem. Like, if you as a person just don't mind, like, if you see the game as, how can I bend this game to make it as easy as possible for me to win in any given context, then you have almost infinite variety. There are so many ways to play this game, to break the game, or to enable fast TTK, or to make you untouchable, or to minimize risk in combat. And if you're the kind of player that likes that is looking for that kind of puzzle, then this game is perfect for you, right? And that's why this game probably has, you know, 10,000 people playing it currently, because these people don't mind, you know, playing the game that way, trying to find the most broken, busted way to play Dark and Darker, right? Barb buffs and quarterstaff, BOC halberd, reckless bardiche, you know, juiced up longsword riposte, etc., etc. You know, you can, or Sork, or Instacast Wizard, or Longbow Ranger. There's all these ways to play the game that accelerate time to kill and make it easy to win. But that's not me. Like, I thought this game was a melee game. And I thought this game kind of was going to allow for kind of like a little more melee nuance. And I got baited. I've been baited for like 2 years, you know, into thinking that this was going to be like a melee game, where people were going to play melee, right? Sorg is hard to play though. It's true. Paul has done good work. 1 and even 2-shot mechanics don't belong in this game. Yeah. And, you know, tell Paul to tell SDF that. Paul has done good work. The amount of changes... the amount of changes that Season 8 introduced are really positive. There's a lot of positive changes. A lot of really good things in the game. But it's, you know, more is required for someone like me to feel satisfied. Let's sell the barb kit and see what we get for it. Do you like bear at all? I've never once played druid. I've never once been in animal form. Sork is a horribly designed class. Agree. Like, the only viable way to play the class is combos that kill with no counterplay. Agree. It has mobility and control that no other class has. It's completely... It's also out of band. Like, it doesn't belong in the game. It's dumb. Do you play bear at all? Not at all. Right? I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, right? If I took Animal Druid seriously back in the day, right? Pre-Season 8, instant transform Animal Druid, blah. Sork, like Barb, has way too many damage perks for a class with highest will and Barb highest strength. I heard Ryan 6 days a week is making a game like Dad. I want a good dungeon crawler PvPvE game. Yeah, we all do. While Fighter only has sword mastery and combo rarely works. I think everyone who is still playing this game have had a taste of that incredibly fun, satisfying, perfect melee PvP, but it's just not consistent. It's a bait that keeps us all playing. It's true. It's true. Sork breaks all the rules alongside Druid. Sork isn't competitive in High Roller, though. It gets wrecked in solos. That's because the game is different. Dad is a different game at different tiers of gear score, if that makes sense. Like, the game that you play in a juiced up normals kit, where Barbarian and Sorcerers kind of like call the shots in a lot of ways, right? Is not the same game that you see in high level High Roller, where Barbarian and maybe Warlocks and Wizards and, you know, it's a different game at different levels of gear. Yes. Yes. It's a control class. It is. I wonder if we could actually run this. We could run this, right? I got no space. I got no blood. Look at all of this gear, right? And I don't want to play the game. All this gear. These are not, you know, there's some good gear in here. And I just don't give a shit about playing at the highest level of the game. I don't give a shit about High Roller. I've got amazing blue kits. I've got all this amazing blue stuff, right? I got a bunch of kits for tonight in case I die again and again and again, right? Just off meta bullshit to have fun with, because like, it's fun to like not care, and it's fun to find the narrow ways in this game to outskill your opponent and beat them, you know? Have you played much with a healer cleric behind you in duos? It's really fun. I've played with a healer druid, and that feels good. Healer druid feels good. I think that's a nice version of the class. We can't wear the helmet, but we can wear everything else. If you like arming sword, you should try Bard with Buckler combo. I've never once played a Bard because it grates my ears, right? I'm not a Bard music enjoyer. Have you done a bunch of spear parry? It's skillful. I've done some of it. I don't know, like it's again because of the cleave. It's so easy to cheese the spear parry. And yeah, I don't know. That's why I still find AR fun. AR. Arc Raiders? Don't really care about the gear anymore, so I can just focus on outplaying people. Crystal Sword Fighter looks good this wipe. And the disarm parry. We block with boards. Spear is the dumbest parry in the world. What were they thinking? It's just like it's abusable with the way that the cleave works. Like it's almost like I'm not sure. I can see it both ways. Right now, if you swing and you hit the body first and then you hit the shield, you do damage, but your attack is interrupted, right? Crystal Sword damage is still very bad. But that cleave, like, it can be abused by... It's one thing when it hits the shield. If you cleave a person and you hit them and deal damage and you hit the shield, that your attack is hypothetically stopped, but that's the end of it. But with a longsword, a spear, a halberd, you know, players know that if they take a hit, they can still turn their mouse into the tail end of the attack and catch the parry and then get the riposte. It's like, it's not realistic. You know what I mean? They should add a glaive. That'd be interesting. I wish they gave fighter pole arm mastery. Yeah. The new perks are unusable for me. Yeah. A lot of people like to play with a pole arm. And, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. We could do this for fun. We can put on disarm. And we'll put on weapon guard. The round shield is going to be a bait. We have a bait round shield. But what we do is we quickly take off the shield, maybe mid-fight, and go for a disarm. If we have a shield, maybe people don't expect us to have disarm. And we can try that. How's that sound? We'll try that for fun. Magic resistant taunt, give decent MDR. One-handed spear would be sick as well. Try the spear parry. I have before. If you get hit, though, but if you hit back very hard, I think it'll be fun for you. Last suggestion, LOL. No thanks. But thank you, though. Spear reflect. I've been enjoying Spellblade Wizard. Leave a slot open so you can parry. Barricade is terrible. You won't block all the time. Disarm spear. Hurl weapon lets you throw the spear. Can barbarians equip a spear? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. Sneaky. Gotta head out. Thanks for the high tier yap. Try the whatever is fun build. Thank you, buddy. Sneakers gets it. You get it, brother. We're not in it to win it. We're in it to try to have fun. And for me, right, for some people, fun is kill people as quickly as possible. But for me, fun is be underpowered in some way and try to still win. I would like a one-hander perk like D&D, like bonus for no shield. We kind of had that, right? That's kind of what this is. Weapon guard. While blocking with a weapon, right? Gain 1 impact resistance, and then physical damage bonus. And if you successfully block, you get another damage boost. Off meta equals fun for me. Labbing out builds. What does labbing mean? What does labbing mean? What does labbing mean? Tinkering with. Interesting. Adjusting. Thank you. Here's the tech. We drop the shield. Mid-fight, we go for the cheeky disarm. Means the laboratory. Interesting. Fighting game term. Oh, labbing. I got you. Like in the lab, right? In the lab with a pen and a pad. This mob is on somebody? And somebody is moving through. Heard steppies. Labbing is from fighting games. You're in practice mode, trying out combo setups, mix-ups, other stuff. You're labbing. Excellent. I don't know how you're making it work without sprint and solos. Well, I do get kited. Luckily, we snuck up on one ranger. And we had another Smite Cleric who was interested in staying with us. Also, counterattack, right? If I block, I get a 10% movement speed bonus for 3 seconds. So there is some mobility in that. Counterattack has got the mobility a little bit. The act of being a Labrador Retriever. Maybe the player went this way. Where the heck was that combat coming from? Around the corner, maybe? My poor double shield is dead. SDF killed it. It's true. Lukney was an enjoyer of a very particular 2-shield build. Around the corner, maybe? We have disarm. Signs of life here. Barbarian, maybe? Disarmed him? Doesn't matter. Ooh, yeah, right. Ooh, ooh. Tough, tough, tough. Bunch of misclicks there. Disarm, it's tough because there's no move speed cost, right? You disarm them and they can just run away. So there's not a lot of value in that. And then they just kind of re-equip. Interesting. This Zweihander is difficult for blocking. Disarm is very bad now. We made it work on stream the other day. It was fun, but versus the Zweihander in particular. Did he have Reckless there? I missed it. I missed it. Should have probably just stuck with my shield, but I wanted to be cheeky with Disarm. Uh-huh. So Reckless. Reckless is the name of the game. You know what? We'll go back to Perfect Block. We'll do one more blocking round, and then we can mix it up with something else. I might do a weird Morningstar go, but look at it. We have one more Timmy kit here, guys. One more Timmy kit. Reckless is completely busted. Headshot would be one shot, very healthy for the game. Uh-huh. Now let me show you. Let me show you. Can I throw it on a drive? I think I did. This guy. Uh-huh. I mean, like, Reckless has been around for the whole... What do you call it? For the whole wipe, right? Like, Reckless isn't new.
Oh, die.
It's just people were more distracted by Whirlwind. Why is it that we're seeing it now? Like, it's an issue now because it's only now being run by people? Is that the kind of the way it works? Here we go. Let's pause the music for a moment. This is me playing high roller duos, okay? Playing with Mossman. We got a squad incoming. Now, I'm not in the best high roller gear, but I'm in a PDR fighter build, right? And I've got good epics and I've got good legendaries. Okay, PDR fighter. Here comes the other squad. A class with 1,000,000 HP can stack a lot of PDR and MDR and have 30% fizz power easily. So much space, dex. Here they come.
Nice.
So Slayer's in. Now, I'm in the dark. This is a great position for me. If this in tow was more of a support class, a caster or a ranger, right? Hey, it's you, Mossy, right? It's a good setup. It's a good setup. Can I go back like this? Right? I'm in a dark spot. People don't expect this in high roller duos. People don't expect it. So we got a good setup. I got a cutlass. Working with the cutlass. So here they come. Slayer's in.
Hey, you're alone. There's a barb in tow.
And Moss is Ignite Wizard, okay? Moss is fighting the fighter. Here comes the barb. I didn't like seeing the barb. I thought if we could both focus fighter, right, we'll get it down to a 2v1 and we got a chance. So we're focusing fighter, and you can't see that easily.
Alone. There's a barb in tow.
Look at my HP. Watch my HP.
Yep.
Chunk.
Alone. There's a barb in tow.
I've got like 55 PDR. Chunk.
Yep.
Right?
Fall back.
Chunk.
Oh, I got 3-tap by the Bardiche.
I thought 3-tap.
Holy
It was
God.
only 2-tap. It was 2-tap.
Oh, took that for granted.
2-tap by the barb. And so, you know, that's with a decent high roller kit. Why play the game? Why farm up? Why make the money or look for the gear to get the kit? I could have played better. I could have taken a blocking for how many? It was, 4 seconds. How many seconds even?
Hey, you're alone. There's a barb in tow.
50.
Yep. Fall back.
Dead.
Oh, I got
3 seconds. That was a 3-second combat. Okay? 3-second combat. I'm a 55 PDR plate fighter. Shriek is the same thing. Yeah. So, it's very discouraging, right? Get 3-shot with a rapier. It's very discouraging. Now, like, the question is it the vision? Is it what Guy wants? Like, he wants the game. Does he not want the game to have a combat dialogue? Does it feel better? Like, is the fantasy to reward people like that spend the time, I struggle. You know what I mean? I struggle to understand. Look at this build. Look at this build. This is it. We are pioneering. Dudes. Dudes. This is like how I feel about the game. The game is a fucking joke, right? This game is a joke. And so we dress to impress. This is a manifestation of how the game feels to play. It's a joke. To be fair, you feel a lot worse with every death and you feel better with every win. Now that is an adventurer, right? A fearsome force. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. Let's fight another barbarian with our perfect block. Let's fight another barbarian. Let's go. It's not gonna matter, dudes. I got 3 strength. I've got +3 strength on the boots, dudes. When Barb is really strong, the game feels bad for me. I dislike when people just play the most busted class for easy wins. That's how I feel. And the problem is Barb has never been weak. The problem is other classes at times have been stronger or more viable for different reasons, right? Barb has never been weak. Barb has never been weak. It's just at other times landmine rogue or dagger fighter or animal druid or etc. have been better for some reason or more novel for a moment, you know? That's it, Halcyon. Halcyon, Mithril, that's it. It's frustrating. As a solo wizard, I've been run down by Ironwood Barbs my whole 2,500 hours. Yeah. They've never been easy to deal with. That's true. Just at times, other classes have been more toxic. Barbs get rewarded for losing. Oh, that's true. Right. The more they get hit, the more damage they do? Kind of thing. It's weird. It sounded like there were footsteps coming from off the map. It was really strange. The actual problem with this game is invis rogue when you're looting. 0 counterplay. Yeah, other games have a much more artful handling of invisibility, right? Rogue invisibility. There's either a visual indication or there's an audio cue. Signs of life. Someone spawned here, maybe? Nothing beats Invis Rogue. I disagree. Invis Rogue can come out of invisibility and still get absolutely destroyed by a barbarian in heads-up combat. I think that's hyperbolic. Everyone's got their own kind of like personal map of what they think the worst form of the game is. At least a landmine rogue has to deal melee damage and takes melee risk. At least it's in your face. Couldn't say anything earlier, but from what I heard, Hunger seems more like a proper PvP game. Yes. Invis Rogue is really hard to make work in this meta. Yes. Kite Lock is for sure the worst. In terms of like feels bad, yeah, there's something uniquely horrible about taking the risk and catching up to a kite lock and cornering them for the inevitable phantomize, right? For the inevitable phantomize. Ooh, a board enjoyer. Nice block. A shield slam fighter. Going around him. Trading now. Good blocking. Last bastion. He's in trouble. Blocking. Wow. Good fight, man. GG. That was tough. That guy was a lot better than he let on, I think. He was trying to be cute. That was a good fight. A little melee fight, right? Totally naked dude with a buckler? Got no pants on for some reason? Did we catch him with his pants off? Strange. A strange situation. But a great fight. Hard with the Viking sword for the counterattack. Can't wait for people to get mad at me in hunger for fighting them and ruining their PvE experience. Yeah. I've seen that guy in the kill feed. He's late night when I'm offline. I see him all the time. It's because there's something about matchmaking in the game that pools players of a certain accounts of a certain age are pooled together, it seems. I see the same 3 or 4 dozen people all the time, despite the fact that this game ostensibly has, you know, 4,500 players in the dungeon. I don't know, my buddy only plays rogue, and it's tough to watch him get 5 free hits in a barb to just get nuked. Yeah, totally. Landminer third party only is invis rogue. With good set, you 3-shot people. Disagree? Bard. It's 4.5k spread between servers and game modes and maps. Yes. Cyclops dead, maybe? He's looting. Let's see if he goes through the treasure room. It'd be easier to fight him if we can lock him in the treasure room instead of the big open boss room. Yeah, let's have a look. Might be tough. Cloak of Darkness here. Take a shriek. He's got a champ on him. Great, thanks, champ. Thanks, champ. Oh, the whole thing is open here. Hello. That went right through him. It's a player centipede. Look at this thing. Look how dumb that is. Guys, I've never seen a centipede jump. I've never seen a centipede jump before. Never in my life. Never in my life. My kingdom for a pickaxe. Did you see the centipede jump? Bastion centipede is scary. It do got legs. Peak dark and darker. God. Let's see, here he comes. Can he get me? Yep. Ruin my pile hit. Wow, I've never seen it before. Oh, I blocked that too, didn't I? You think? Dudes, this is new for me. This is new. He turned off the light. He turned off the light. Wow. 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 He turned off the light. He turned... I'm leaving. We're not playing this game. We're not playing it. I refuse. I refuse. Remember when we actually cared? Remember when the game was scary, right? And it was like, it was tense? Wow. I could still see its glowing eyes, right? I'd have a chance. I'd have a chance. I think GC is just cursed right now, dudes. Goblin Caves, with all the pelt, I guess like Spectral too, but I don't know. The protector of the gold. I can't. I can't. I can't. I'm over it, guys. I hate the crumbling cave sound. Maybe I heard a player? Weird. No portals. It is loud. I agree, it is loud. Not comfy. One moment. We'll be free of this place. We'll go back to ruins. Bleh. Bleh. It was better when this game was serious, right? People took the game seriously. There was kind of like a respect for the dungeon, you know? Faustian has accelerated, like, a degradation, an erosion of our rapport, our respect for the game. It just makes the game feel so clowny and stupid, right? Like, people were motivated to do well, to get good gear, and to, like, play, you know? And, like, test skills. And player evolved, the game did not. Yeah. Sad. Trunk hose. Trunk hose. Look at me. One more. Guys, the visage. For those who didn't see it. For those who didn't see it. Let's show you. For those who don't know. Right? Speaking of how we used to take the game so seriously. How we've lost respect for the game. Right? When Bingus. When Bingus race. How cool would this be, dudes? How much would you pay for a Bingus skin? Right? For Bingus. Exactly, Zach. Exactly. Fast unit is a weird feature that no one asked for, but probably took them a lot of time to implement. Yes. Minus $20. 12 blue shards. Not wasting money. I wish I could be the kind of person that could just kind of like have fun, right? Let's play the game, have fun on stream. There's times where I feel more like it. What's the stats? +2 Bingus. That's the correct answer. That's the correct answer. Yeah, just another one of those fun challenges that SDF wanted to have a little side coding project, right? Instead of actually making the game good or fixing critical issues. I'm gonna make it so that people can play as a jumping centipede. I'm re-enjoying our creators after doing the expedition. Oh, power to you, Yakman. Power to you. When Bingus, guys. He looks good, doesn't he? He looks good. He's no joke. Bingus is a competitor. Yeah, I can see the minus vigor. Minus res, he's cat-like though, right? He's cat-like. He's one handsome fella. I agree. I agree. Bingus. Look at this guy. Handsome fella? What do you think? What do you think? It's my best dirty shirt. It's my best one. Where? Oh, the cuffed boots. Oh, the cuffed boots. Gets +1 magic healing for being a cat. Lovely. Cuffed boots. Cuffed boots. Rarity, unique, plus strength. Yeah, not the cheapest thing in the world, but certainly not the most expensive, right? Not Bingus enough. Rare, plus strength. Oh yeah, there it is. In a world of hyperinflation, guys, you can still get +3 strength, cuffed boots for 199 gold. Hi, Gonzo. Hi again. You got busy at work. You're back now? You're back now? Okay. We still have our perfect block. Let's do one more. Let's fight until we lose this one. And then maybe we'll try one more build, and then maybe we'll just go back to sitting quietly. Okay? They don't know their true value. Their aesthetic value. Did we teach Blinn about the birds and the Bingus? We're learning. We're learning about that. Those things. Buff centipedes are at one-shots. I think I can remember getting one shot by the centipede once upon a time. Not knowing how it worked, right? I can remember. Bingusing all over the place. Lovely. What would happen as an experiment? Imagine if... Well, it's a bit of a... Maybe it's a too easy of a solution. What would happen if the HP pool for everyone was increased by a significant percentage? It would probably still be horrible for barbarians, right? Giving everyone more HP is not going to fix the bar problem. Ooh, Lord, they coming. Ooh, Lord, they coming. Hello, sir. Oh, move the waifu. Scrub back through the VOD. See you lads in the future. You just missed a little bit of psychic damage. There's not too much, Guild Leader. What movie did you watch? Action speed as a stat. Agree. Agree. I think that was one of the most interesting points that you raised, Luke. They understood that, like, move speed at the highest end was an issue. And now they need to understand that action speed at the highest end is an issue. Too much action speed completely removes counterplay. I feel like that there isn't like a design interest in counterplay, is what it feels like. There's no design interest in counterplay. But they did nerf action speed a while back. I can't recall. As a stat that you can get through knowledge or roll. Also, lower cast speed from knowledge. Why does one knowledge give more cast speed than Dex does with action speed? Its scales list now has a lower ceiling before its soft caps. This season they did change it. I think after reading the hunger notes today, my feeling is just who cares? Like, this game seems to have a different, like, philosophical foundation, right? A different foundation of the game and what Melee should be in the game. When you read the notes from a team that is properly invested in a nuanced Melee combat system, and then you realize you've never ever heard people in this game speak similarly, it's, I just feel like, you know, for this to be a game that I hoped it would turn into, so much needs to happen still. Action speed scales to high at high end, and people build for it even though now that they don't build for move speed. Yes. Still, action speed is become the best stat in the game for Melee, so you just full stack it. Yes. Hopium High, when does Hunger release? There's a tech test this month, apparently. Don't take my word for it. Tech test this month, and an open beta in April. It's mostly because of how the game favors two-handers. Very interesting. Very interesting. You're entertaining to watch, sir. Thank you for your streams. You're welcome. I think I'm kind of in a dour mood for playing this game right now, because I caught a glimmer of the competency of another team reading a dev missive from Hunger, from Good Fun Corporation, the makers of Hunger, and I realize just in the process of reading those notes how different Hunger is going to be from this game, and how I've kind of revisited, I've been re-reminded of dashed hopes of, you know, you find a game like this, you think it's going to be a Melee game, and back from August last year, the action speed curve has been adjusted to give slightly more action speed in the beginning and give less in the mid to upper end of the curve. Slightly, though, right? I guess. You saw what it could have been and realized where you're at. Yes. And realized that, like, the person driving the bus just doesn't seem to have the same awareness or sensitivity or interest in that system. It bummed me out. I knew it was gonna be kind of like I knew it was gonna be kind of bummy, but I've been rather gutted, friends. Thanks for digging up that quote, Zio. Appreciate it. Yeah, but it's not enough of a drop in gains at the high end of the curve. It also wouldn't be as much of an issue if some of the if the server performance was better. I feel like even in my home region, like there is a lot of server latency, and that is hard to deal with at the highest end. I thought that was gonna hit me over the thing for sure. I wouldn't call him a bus driver. A Charon? I'm not sure what that means. Come on over. Got Barb in the mix. The ferryman from hell. Indeed. Bard on the pile, maybe? The developer comment from that patch as well. Interesting. Semi-wipe. Finally, we have tuned several of the main attribute formulas, such as health, action speed, and spell casting speed. We are still testing the extremes of the balance we've established from the first semi-wipe. Thought I heard a bard. Ah, the hilarious semi-wipe. And then there was a semi-wipe, wasn't there? Remember? And then there was Season 7? Is that how it worked? Semi-wipe, then semi-wipe, and then Season 7. The way this game hooks you in is by being a patch away from greatness. Always. It's true. Well said. The way this game hooks you in is by the irresistible PvE cheese. Right? Everyone loves easy wins. Against the computer, PvE cheese, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. PvP cheese rubs me the wrong way. Steps? Semi-wipe is one of those things that if you weren't there, you would think someone was making it up. Hard for me to chase in a big open room like this. A kite rogue can cheese you the same way you cheese that wraith. Yeah, double jump rogues. You know, that was what drove me away. Water map season, last season. There was just too many double jump spots where the rogue could get that no other melee class could get them or deal damage. And also with the open reds, right? There's been the tragedy is there has been like meaningful progress to the game. But it's clouded still, you know? clouded. Only one torch. What am I to do? Listening. What are the gold coin chests worth right now? What are they worth? LOL, I'm no high devil jump rogue, super cheesy. 150k. I'm happy with the progress I've seen, enjoying this wipe. Still, that's the problem, right? You see a bit of actual meaningful change and you think, wait a second, like, things can change. Why hasn't it been like this the whole time? That's the pisser. Come on, you. Come on. Does my perfect block even interrupt this guy? I don't think it does. Hit the wall. Yeah, da 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 da. Like Icarus. Mm-hmm. Hit the pile. Wow. Quiet. Weirdly quiet, right? No deaths in the feed. Strange, right? Quiet? It's because everyone's playing Goblin Caves or Ruins. Like, why? It goes back to the point of when the material value is so high for crafting gold storage, right? Material value is so high for crafting gold storage. Why would you ever do what I'm doing? Opening chests and hitting piles. When one pelt or fabric gets you more wealth, right? Than 24 raids like this. So it's so funny how by losing control of a gold situation. Yeah, why bother going down when the most expensive items are on the first floor? Exactly. And so it changes the complexion of the whole game. Like, someone can say, you know, I don't care about what happens with the price of gold storage. But then, you know, you're in a situation like this, where here you are, in the raid, and it sucks. There's nobody. To be fair, I kill troll 30 times and never got a pelt in PvE. Must be like, now to force people into normals. I mean, PvE has never had good drop rates. That's always been very well communicated. PvE has never had good drop rates. Listening? Thought Scalia was gonna see me. Hello! Well, great. It's worth it in HR for sure. Yeah. But as discussed, right? I don't give a shit about High Roller. Do not give a shit about that version of the game. As me, as an individual, as a player, with my likes and preferences. Some more knowledge on your fighter goes a long brain. Uh-huh. I mean, I have played since the beginning and would get 2 to 3 pelts a day. And any wipe I played. I do agree that the drop rates and always been worse than PvE, just not this bad, lol. HR sucks. I don't like the mobs personally. A lot of people feel the same way. I know Zyle feels that way about mobs in High Roller. Zyle is good enough at PvP. It's not the player cheese. It's not like the class balance per se that bothers him. It's the crappy mobs. And that's also understandable. Oh, dudes. One fire golem boss is like 500 piles. What? What? What does that mean? I do HR for the ores mainly. Interesting. Interesting. I just wish less nightmares. Uh-huh. Oh, we got our nice kettle hat back, guys. Here we go. Getting it back. These are very nice kettle hats. Raw! Ores and keys if I get lucky. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Got those kettle hats, dudes. Okay, I'm gonna play until I die 2 more times. And that first time is coming up right away. Magic pen, additional armor rating. This is a crappy hat. Crappy hat. Still none available on the market. No magic penetration. Look. It's so strange, right? That some things sell for so much and other things sell for nothing at all. I'm not a terribly rich person in dad this wipe, but I have 4 bags and around 17k gold, so I'm chilling for blue, Bissington, normals, lol. Yes. I run no jewelry and pray for the best. Yes. A bit too many nightmare mobs in HR, but I also struggle with people running uniques and artifacts. I'm never geared to that level. Normally purples and a few legendaries. Blue jewelry only now. Yeah. That's usually how I roll too. That's usually how I roll as well. I got my perfect block. I got my bandages. I'm gonna spend money on a torch like an idiot. Fire boss teardrop is 100k? Whoa. Teardrop. Teardrop. Do I have one of those? There's no way. I got turned off when I saw gold bags for 30k. I was just gonna make my own unusual. Couldn't get a pelt drop, so I'm watching to hotfix update, lol. Do I have? Do I have? There's no way, right? No. Flickering ember. Glowing orange eye, there's no way. I've killed the Colossus a couple times. Tear of the volcano. Wow. Wow. Crazy. Like, it's interesting. Think about this, right? The game, Broken Glasses. For the first time ever, the game is letting you buy your way through merchant quest progress, right? You can, if you need logs for the merchant quest, you buy them. If you need ore, you buy them. It used to be that it was just kind of ore, but in the past, for quests, you had to find the shit, right? And I know for some quests, there still is a looted requirement, right? But for the most part, you can buy the quest items for quest progress. The problem is, when you spend this money, it's not leaving the economy. It's not leaving the game. It's going to other players. So if you could buy the quest items from vendors, right, to give to other vendors, then at least the gold would leave the economy, right? It feels like they're bribing people to play water map. That's what it does feel like. It does feel like that. It does. It's transparent. It does. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine how dumb it would be in the game? Like, the fact that you can just go on the market and buy this, right, is dumb. Like, if the point is to, like, play the game and find the stuff, maybe, like, lower the ceiling. Make it so you don't need to find as many things, right? One bellows. Find them. It won't take that long, right? One pearl, one broken glass, one hourglass, whatever it is, okay? But no, they let you buy the thing on the market and then give that to the vendor. The problem is this keeps money in the economy and does not solve inflation. But how dumb would it be if you could buy broken glasses from vendor A and then sell them or give them to vendor B for the quest, right? Like, you're basically doing that anyways, but you're doing the worst version of that because you're not having that money leave the economy. There's just more and more and more money that stays in circulation. One legendary emerald is 1/24th of a broken glasses. I low-key like it because it gives farmers easy income, though. No, the answer is no, because the money doesn't leave the economy, right? The money just goes to other players and contributes to this problem of inflation. The game needs more ways to take money out of the economy, to churn gold, to burn gold, to get it out of the system so that prices don't keep going up. Doesn't the market take a percentage? Yeah, it does, but it's not meaningful enough. That's a good point. You're right, Shadow. That's a good point. There is a listing cost, right? If I want to list, let's say, this ring of vigor, right? It's either 500 gold. What? This ring of vitality, I can buy one for 500. I can buy one for 100,000. What are you talking about, game? Right? So let's say I want to list my ring at a discount, right? A quick sale, $469. Right? It's going to cost me 23 gold. This takes money out of the economy, yes, but not enough. Not enough, especially since the dungeon itself prints so much money. That's someone's fence, obviously, Gonzo. Obviously. Obviously. Chump change, honestly. That's someone either RMTing or paying someone, praying someone misclicks. Okay. Okay, dudes. Okay. It is. It's a hefty fee to post. So, like, think about the money involved. Even to post 100,000. How much would it cost? Let's find out. This is a risk. I better not fucking click. If I click accept, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Let's sell. Let's sell a bone. A bone, 2 bones for 100,000. It costs 5,000 isn't that much. 5,000 isn't that much. Okay? It's a 5k tax. Right, we got there. I know in Tarkov people play the misclick market, lol. 5% fee. Now, it's a 5% fee, but that 5%, there's a fixed fee for a little bit, right? If I sell this for 25, it's 15. If I sell it for 45, it's 15. 65, 15, 75, 85, 125, 250, 250. Interesting. So it actually, there's a sweet spot, right? 300. What's the cutoff? 350. Interesting. 330. 325. 320. So there's this optimal point where selling something for roughly 315 gold gives you the lowest tax, right? And if you sell anything for less than this, then you're paying more in terms of tax. It's 300. Well, 300 is 15. But also 315 is 15. 316, 317, 318, 320. So maybe 319 coins. Since 15 is 5% of 300. Well, then explain how if I sell for 319, it's still only 15 gold. Right? So it looks like it's a little higher than 300. Anyway, sweet spot. So if you're selling anything for less than 319, then you're paying more in tax. It rounds down, I guess. You didn't buy the 100k ring, right? No, I did not, thankfully. Thankfully, I did not. It's a palace of spaghetti, guys. Rip Gonzo. Rip Gonzo. Decimals matter. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. Okay. Except. We're gonna die 2 more times. There might be 1 more bathroom break in the mix, dudes. No, you got an amazing... Yes, I understand. I said rip. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Some people sell trolls pelts for 2,400, right? Okay. The belly of the beast, dudes. Here we go. 24-hour stream. One day. One day I'll do a 24-hour stream. Ooh. Where are the barbarians? You're gonna tremble at my visage. Tremble at my visage. God, all this Tarkov talk has got me wanting to check it out. It's been a minute for sure. It's so funny how it's so similar to like smoking or drinking, right? Like you hear someone enthusiastically talk about a cocktail or like a pint, and then people who love a cocktail or love a pint are like, ooh yeah, you know? Myself included. The worst thing about this troll pelt gold inflation issue is that this module in particular, this troll module, is one of my least favorite to fight in because it's so kiteable. There's more verticality in this module than anywhere else in the game. This is one of the most dynamic and vertical modules in the game. And as like a solo shield fighter, trying to fight people in this module in particular is horrendous. Wait, you have Tarkov, Lynn? No, absolutely not. It's horrible. Double jump rogues. There's a lot of ways for people who are in danger to just jump away. You know? It sucks. It's kind of like insult to injury. It's already bad enough that like the whole server is playing around that module. But that module is also really awkward for me. Maybe someone farming Faustian? Whenever you see someone die to themselves that early on. Yes, that one jump up on the big rock was a thing. Yes, horrible. Open door this way. Into this space? But then where? This way. Perhaps this way to Cyclops. I think this guy was resetting. We're going to Cyclops. Right? It's always fun to be had. It's true. Nothing lasts, right? Don't be sad that it's over. Smile that it happened, kind of thing. Troll module is where wizards get rich. I feel like 90% of all fighting these days is in the boss rooms. Sounds like an arming sword. Let's listen to it. Fast swinging melee. Like a cutting melee, I think. Died? No, still alive. Other door is open. Thank you. Can I get there without attracting unwanted attention? Sounds like arming sword. I think there's a way you can tell you're in the good old days before you actually leave them. I felt that way in November about Arc Raiders. Armung or rapier or cutlass? Probably not rapier since no shriek. Oh, I think rapier. I can hear the whiff. I can hear the whiff. But you would hear shriek. Maybe it's arming. Hello. Didn't get the pelt, right? Didn't get the pelt, so... Can you believe that, guys? Someone upstairs. They're right here. Fighting in the dark. Whoa, uh-oh. Hey, it's this guy again, probably. Rematch! It's a rematch fight. He used a shield slam. Missed him. We got him boxed into the corner a little bit. Good hit. He's got a good duck after the Viking sword attack. The buckler is just so little, though, you know? That's his last bastion. He does not have second wind. Good hit there. Going for the feet. Going for the feet. There's so much space in the feet. Good blocking. Good fight, man. GG. Buckler is tough, right? The advantage is just so with the attacker. It's the second time we've killed this guy. I kind of feel bad about that. He had victory strike. Same naked fighter. Like, kind of respect, right? If you're playing kind of like a meme melee build. But I guess I'm just like a hard counter to your buckler. Shield slam, you know, respect. Victory strike, respect. Better than barb. It's true. it's true. Oh. Stack of ruby silver ore. Check the stack of, what do you call it? Iron. Bloody iron, dudes. 2 dexterity on the top thumb will sell. Check bloody iron. Ooh, there it is. We're in. That scared the crap out of me. We're into the middle, dudes. Here we go. A crab shell is more. Sharp sea urchin spines are more for some reason. Being very quiet now. Father, don't play that mystical gem. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that. Highly curious. A nice shield. Highly curious. What? What is happening, guys? What is happening? What is happening? This is a game. Okay? You gotta be very aggro with Buckler on. Block only headshot sometimes. Uh-huh. He wanted to give me the mystical gem. Right? Mission accomplished. We're getting out of here, guys. We're getting out of here. And we're gonna yap for a little bit longer, and then we're gonna power the stream off, because I don't think that there's a point to playing. Rip no bag. Rip no bag. It's a win-win, I guess. It's gotta be late for Luke. Thanks for staying up late, buddy. It's very nice of you. Hanging out even though it's late. It's 4 a.m. I know it. I know it. I'm gonna go this way, I think. Peanuts, wee nuts. I'm not sure what that means. What does that mean? Peanuts, wee nuts. Here's the rogue. Here comes the rogue. Peanuts, wee nuts. Let's get out of here, guys. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna leave you with Bingus while I bathroom break one more time, okay? Bathroom break. Here's Bingus. Here's Bingus. Enjoy. BRB.
Yeah.
Huh. Dope Clips, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I feel my motivation to continue playing this game tonight has waned. Bingus has got a wide neck. Yeah, Bingus knows how to swing a sword, right? There's a lot of holistic muscular development that happens around there. What do we find there? What do we find? Anything good? This, a dexterity hat. Dexterity hat. Look at me doing normal game things like selling treasure for a reasonable amount of gold. We'll check the trade for a +2 dexterity top helm. Are you ready? +2 dexterity top helm. $700 gold. Very interesting. Very interesting. What's gonna happen, dudes? Is it savable? Is it salvageable? Let's just take one more moment to get your thoughts on the state of the season. Is it cooked? Or is it repairable? What do you think? Is there any coming back from this? It is cooked. Hey, a discount. Only 75k. Quick sale. Quick sale. Who wants that bag for 75k? Need a good patch. Very good. Workshops, right? They were saying. I thought maybe the stream tonight would be about workshops. But it's almost like, right? Like, what's the point of finding or crafting or gemming good gear if that gear does not save you from dying to a reckless attack in 2 hits, right? What's the point? It does nothing. The gear does nothing. The barbarian clicks twice. It's such a strange... It's at a strange point. A strange point in the game. Why grind? Why make gold? I don't know. Bummer. But at least we've got Bingus, right? At least Bingus. Just imagine for a second they add a stamina bar and remove action speed. Just imagine though, because it's not happening. You think that a massive change like that, Luke? Do you think a massive change like this would put people off, or would it be like embraced? I'm enjoying mining for my gold, to be honest, and that's great. If you've got a goal just to farm gold and that's the game, that's great. I'm envious of you. If you found a way to like play the game and derive enjoyment, right? That's it. That's the point of games. Power to you. If they did something major like this, would it upset more people or would it intrigue more people? I wonder. That's a massive change to like the foundation of melee combat, right? If they added a stamina bar and removed action speed. Think about that. It would be a different game, right? I feel embraced because fights could still be fairer, but don't make a stamina stat in gear would be key. Yes, don't make it like stackable or rollable, right? I don't like it, to be honest. The bag that holds 5k for 75k, steal. Totally. You know what? I'm gonna say it again. Don't be sad that it's over. Smile that it happened. We had a chance to enjoy this game for a good long time. and some people continue to enjoy it. But I feel like my time playing solos in this game is over. I'm not sure what that means for streams or trivia. I'll have to think about that. But we're in a transition period now where maybe I'll stream the gameplay if it's duos. And that'll be tough because I won't be able to interact or engage with chat as much because I like to focus on the duos, right? Bingus trivia, I guess? Totally. Can you see how big my smile is? Oh, NAP, you're so nice, buddy. You're such a nice... You got positive vibes. Mush love. I'll say it. Transition time. Transitions are never easy, but I'm not gonna play this game solo for a while, I don't think. Love watching you play with Guild Leader. Thanks, Gonzo. More Blinn and Guild streams in the chamber. I hope I can deliver. It takes 2 to tango, right? It takes 2 to tango. I am comfortable with it. I've never had kind of like a full-time duos partner. I'm not sure if it turns into like a full-time thing, but I do really get along with Guild Leader's playstyle, right? Have you tried Scum? I saw Scum. It's kind of like Rust, right? Kind of like Rush. Kind of like... I was reading Mush Love and then trying to say Rust, and I said Mush. Or Rush. Mush Love. NAP. Elden Ring PvP when? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe it's just like a, you know, maybe we bridge the gap with just some more yapping streams, you know? Guild Leader is Big Chad. It's true. You know, and Guild Leader knows the game so well and has really taught me so much about playing in a duo and shown me parts of Ice Abyss and other parts, like in the water map. Like, he knows it all, right? The guy has got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in the game. And I'm lucky that he's got time for me, is how I feel. I don't mind the app while I play, LOL. That's great. I'd say more DayZ, but still pretty fun. Anyway. Transition times, coming, dudes. Our Arc Raider solo, I can't play it. I can't play it. I can't take the mental damage, and I don't like to kill people who aren't fighting back. You bringing that clarity pot? Yeah, got it, right? I'll put it on my belt even, Zyle. I got it on my belt even. Blasphemous, right? Blasphemer! No, we're not playing. We're not going in again. We're just saying goodbye. I should go tavern, because we're saying goodbye. He's bringing it to bed. Yeah, I'm gonna sip on it, right? Do you ever like, have like a cough drop before going to sleep and not brush your teeth and it's so gross? Start chugging them. Is this the night you help us kill bosses? Not tonight. Not a bad idea. You know, maybe some more just kind of like random, like, duos could be fun. I don't know. There's still, I am running out of steam on Dad. And this economy mixed up. Uh-oh, it's about to be 2 burgers. Come here, you. This economy situation has taken me out. Oh, baby face. I know you want your face. I know. Thank you all very much for hanging out. For listening to the epic yap. Right? It's nice to just chat. It's nice to just chat. Oh, I know, baby. I know. I'm trying to get a better vantage on it here so you can see her ecstasy face. Okay. Hairful Bingus. She loves it, doesn't she? Look at her. She would accept me doing this 8 hours a day. And then she would truly be a Bingus. She would have no fur left on her head. She would have no fur left. Carpe Noctem, good to see you. Good to see you. I know you do, baby. I know. How are you? Say goodbye, okay? We're gonna say goodbye. You hairy Bingus? You skinny Chungus? Right? You a Bungus, baby? You a Chungus? Yes, you are. You're a lovely, skinny Chungus. Yes, I love you very much. I love you very much. I love you. Yes, my baby. My old lady baby, guys. Bingus baby. My old lady baby. Guys. thank you for your time. I'm sorry that the energy tonight was not all the way there, but I gotta live my truth, right? You're acting on forces you can't control. We can't lose Blinn streams to incompetence. No, the streams aren't going anywhere. The streams aren't going anywhere. But, you know, but there has to be something to bridge the gap between now and a better game. As burned out on dad as I truly am, I do enjoy being a naked fighter running around being a mom. That's what I'm trying to do, right? There's a reason why I'm wearing a kettle hat. Okay, and cuff boots. There's a reason why I'm wearing a kettle hat and cuff boots, NAP. I hear you, but there's only so much you can do that too. There's only so much. Because it still is exposure, right? Anyway, your patience is appreciated. Your support is always appreciated. Your time, guys. Taking time to be here, to hang out. It means a lot to me. I appreciate it. Have a great night. Thanks for all your comments, all your insights. It was a great yap. Epic yap. More yaps to come. Until then, we'll say goodbye, okay? Say goodbye. Mwah. Bye, Bingus. Bye, Binguses. Bing guys. Bye, guys. Bye.